Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, October the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will let me know. Yes, thank you very much. All right, guys. Yeah, Zach, no, well, that's too bad. You mentioned that hoodie early yesterday, and I just kept an eye on it all day long, and I waited right around here. This is, what time is this? This is about 2:15, right there. When it took out 19, I said, you know what, you're in. And what a beautiful run it had. Had to deal with the spread a little bit. I'm totally out of it. I got out of it after hours, but it was about a $3 run. I'm surprised you weren't in it. Anyway, what else is happening today? Lots of stuff. So I missed the boat on the PHUN. I was wanting to short this one like you wouldn't believe. PHUN, they had some kind of a little press release to do with, I don't know, Epic App Marketplace. So this popped up to 579, 580, and I was watching it right around here, and then I got distracted, and the next thing I saw it was it had dropped 50 cents. So, c'est la vie. Hood. Earnings play. H-O-O-D. Robinhood. Earnings play. Just getting kicked here. 10%. Over 10% down now. And let's see, what is the all-time low? The all-time low, 33.25. Looks like, so we're only about 4% above the all-time low for HOOD. Guess the revenues came in short, the forecast, etc., and they're not really guiding that well for the next quarter. So this hood is getting trumped here. KAVL. This is one I also wanted to short, except there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So KAVL, I sort of read this as a stay of execution. FDA giving them a stay of execution. And so for KAVL, you have to read the press release. I'm sort of paraphrasing a little bit. CRTX, is it holding its gap? Now, yesterday was small cap gap day. Man, we had a ton of, oh no, CRTX, that's right. Horrible news after hours yesterday. Horrible news. It actually got halted because of news. The news came out. This is an Alzheimer's drug. And look at this, down 70%. 70%. So hopefully nobody was in this one. There was no clue that this was happening. I mean, you know, this has been dropping from 99 down to 60. But for the last few days, certainly no clue that this was going to happen. Look at the volume. Actually, this is not 14 million in the float. Also, that'll do it. 14 million in the float for a $70 stock. Ugly, ugly, ugly. On the flip side, ENPH had earnings after hours, and this is putting a real shot in the arm to the solar sector. Look at ENPH up 18%, $31, $32. Look at this gap up. It's getting close to an all-time high, which is right up here. And this is putting again giving a real shot in the arm to the solar sector. Let's take a look at SPWR. Little gap up for it. Excuse me. Let's take a look at the solar ETF TAN. Yeah, so here's the solar ETF. So TAN is on the run here. Look at this, big gap up. David, what do you mean? Is this a rhetorical question? What do you do if you've been in it? MQ, they're doing a, I don't know Bill.com, but MQ, some kind of a deal with Bill.com, MQ. So this has now had a great recovery this month. You know, this is an IPO back here. This is an IPO back in June. Basically did not do anything. Got all the way down to 19 from a high of 32 or so. Meanwhile, guys, I'm just listening to this one, LCID. When I say listening to it, this is text to speech. LCID on the move, of course, an EV play. Had an interesting day yesterday. 2 days ago, a great day. Yesterday, a bit of a sell-off. Popped up and then sold off, but LCID on the move again. Give me a moment here. Okay, CXDC. Let's see if it's held its gains. CXDC, another small one. CXDC, yeah, not really. Oh, no, it hasn't held them very well at all. Got up to 177, down to 117. I don't see any specific news for CXDC. Keep an eye on this one, guys. Remember, there were two yesterday. The two banks, there could have been other ones that released earnings. I think one was Cade, and I think the other one might have been BSX or something like that. But this is another regional bank releasing earnings. Not good. Okay. And it's a big float, $500 million in the float. I have a price alert set down here of the low of the month, which is just underneath 13. If it takes that out, the next low is around 12, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this one to see if it kind of fades like those other two yesterday. They were basically all day shorts. Cade was one for sure. I can't remember. The other one started with the letter B. B. Anyway, you see what happened yesterday was basically an look at this, all day, little pop up here, and then at the end, little pop. But I mean, this was almost an all day short. See if SONM has held its gains. SONM had a pop, something to do with T-Mobile. And the answer is no. So another one of these, little euphoria, have a press release, have T-Mobile in the name, or in the press release, a lot of excitement, and then reality. Shoot, that was shortable for me too. Okay, Redbox, a little bit of a resurgence. RDBX, of course, this had a crazy day yesterday. It got up to, let's take a look at it in the pre-market. It actually got up to about $27, and then it just slid most of the day, all the way down to 12. Riley, now Riley, I think they may have been the SPAC to do the merger with. I'm not 100% sure. At any rate, Riley has come out and put a pretty aggressive price target on them, $35. BRLN. BBLN. It's been an active one. Babylon. Another one up to 50. I mean, these are just bad moves. I mean, look at this. 15, all the way up to 15, all the way down to 1187. A very difficult intraday type trader. Alcoa getting hit here for some reason. Look at Alcoa. Had earnings, of course, on the 14th. Alcoa is getting hit. And let's see, here's probably another one. I have to mention them only in case they hold their gaps, but CETX, these are a big percent. Again, another one, look at this, up to 145, all the way down to 118. They, I don't know, said something about they've got the new, what is it, the M1 Apple chip, something to that effect. Again, you put Apple in their press release and people get all excited. And then, as I say, reality sets in. And IONQ was moving just as I was opening the room. Let's see if it has been able to hold its gains. Let's see, got up to 1129, drops to 1087. I mean, that's not terrible. And I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for them. Not really. Perry, keep an eye on Perry, guys. This was an AI alert from yesterday. Okay, it's down a little bit, not much in the pre-market. It got up to, what, about $30 yesterday. So this was an earnings release yesterday, okay? Excuse me, had a great day. Look at this gap up on the daily chart. And it sold off just a little bit, not a ton. So keep an eye on Perry to see if it has a second day continuation after earnings. I'm not sure if I mentioned run. Run was up, and is it holding its gains? Yeah, you see this one is holding, okay? So this is holding its gains, run. Don't see any specific news other than the fact that it's a solar, and a lot of the solar plays are just popping this morning because of ENPH, which had stellar earnings after hours yesterday. Let's again take a look at ENPH. So there was a reaction, and it is continued. So that move area right here, that is after hours for us. So you can see the big gap up, and then the continuation, almost getting up to the all-time high within about 10%, which is, I guess, over here. This is back in February, I guess, of this year. Nobody would have, I shouldn't say that. CRTX, this was a gap down, okay? This was halted because of news. The first print was down there, so it's not like you could have shorted it up here, anticipating ahead of time, and then, you know, taking advantage of that massive gap. All right, let me do a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. All right, not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Let me get some of them in. It was BXS. That was the other regional bank that drifted down all day long. Excuse me, along with Cade. I'm just looking, they have a downgrade. Just a few more to go, the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now let's take a look at the sector. By the way, Hog is also an earnings play. Wasn't super active this morning. Where's Harley Davidson? Not super active this morning. Come on, change, turn. So it's actually, I mean, it's up 3.8%. The bets were being placed ahead of time. You can see this daily candle of yesterday. Of course, everybody knows they're going to have earnings the next day. So the bets were being placed that they wouldn't have been that great. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. What do we got here? So the SPY is going to have a positive open as we speak. Let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going into our channel bar, going to the sector status. And these are the major sectors. Whoa, look at energy. So today, first of all, so this is what you're seeing. These are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. And what that 100% is telling you is that from the close of yesterday, 100% of the stocks making up this sector are down for the day. Technology, only 32% are up for the day. It's interesting that the market is going to have a positive open. Financial is only up 32%. Healthcare is about 50-50. Not really it's interesting that the market is going to be a bit of a positive open. There's no great looking sector this morning, but there's certainly some energy again. The bottom line is this: if you're going to take an energy play, and energy, the overall energy sector is weak, unless you're going to take a stock that has got some very specific news for it, either an earnings or some news for it, you know, you've got to be careful. As an example, that's how you would use this. You know, Zach, Hootie still looks good. H-U-D-I, I don't see, what's the volume here? Yeah, not very much volume yet. Spread isn't horrible. I'm not saying to anybody to take this right now, but there was the high of 2 days ago, which is 23.44, so getting very close. I think I have an alert set up in that area. Bitsy, BTZI, don't know them. Let's see, take a look at BTZI. No, it's a pink sheet stock, that's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's just not a lot of pink sheet interest in this trading room. I don't say, you know, we can't have any talk about pink sheet stocks, but it's just not a lot of interest in this room. Yeah, the news halt. GNUS is still halted. Ha! All right, so here we go. I love this press release. Halted ahead of quote-unquote positive news. Halted ahead of the company's planned investor call to discuss a positive business development. Ha! All right, we'll just have to wait to see how it opens. Hey, good morning, Ija. I did see this one earlier, GHSI, but it had really pulled back a lot. So it had some action after hours. You can see again, there's the mauve area right here. So that's the after hours action. This morning, it kind of tried to hold, got up to 218, but it is back down to 160. And I don't see any specific news. I say that haltingly just in case some headline pops up, but I do not see a headline for it. It's a low float, fairly low float, 25 million in the float. Well, there's the Hootie now, guys. Hootie, 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 Hootie over. What's the volume like? Volume is, yeah, very light to start. I almost thought of swinging this one, but I just didn't do it. What cling data you can have, I mean, I'm sharing, these are the ones that I use. The reason why, if you're not showing, if you're not having anything, some of your scans are not showing, it's because you probably have the relative volume filter as an active filter. If you have the relative volume filter or the current volume filter as an active filter, in other words, you have a value in there, you will not get any pre-market data, okay? That's just the way it works. But, of course you can get pre-market data. So if you go to my home page, click on my home page link, you know, and here are my scans, click here. So these are the ones that I use for the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. You can also go to our channel bar. You know, I mean, when you get used to using Trade Ideas, you'll probably try to customize it, customize how you want to look at the pre-market. That's what I do here. But we have in our channel bar, if you click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then pre-market movers, there should be something called pre-market right there. You know, and then you'll see the pre-market movers also. But more than likely, if you have the current volume filter like this, if I right click, configure, this is why I don't see anything here in the basic new highs and lows. If I right click, configure, see one of my filters is the current volume filter. If you're using the filter and you've got a value in it, you'll get nothing for the pre-market, okay? Because this basically is looking at the volume once the market starts, so it doesn't see any volume, so that's just the way this works. That's why I don't see anything in these windows until the market opens. Sun Power, again, is on the piggybacks of ENPH. Putting real hog, let's take a look at hog to see if it's going to hold or if yesterday's action was really a precursor to today. I mean, it's up 2%. So there's the action, there's the daily candle. Everybody knows they're going to be releasing earnings today, but these, the bets were being placed ahead of time. I did see Digital Ally, DGLY, at a big pop after hours, but I mean, it's just faded. 1 minute, thank you, William, my 1 minute man. My minute man. What do I mean about Twitter? I didn't mention Twitter at all, so I don't know. You just got to be careful on the hoodie. Yesterday was, I mean, I watched that all day. I literally watched it all day and finally took it on that 19 break towards the end of the day. Right in this area here. Well, I think you're asking me my opinion of Twitter. I have no opinion. I mean, you know, it's obviously Twitter had a earnings. It's down a little bit. We're open now, guys. Let's have a great trading day. I mean, it had a nice bounce after hours on the release, but it's now starting to fade. So other than that, just gotta wait for the market to really take charge and see what's going to happen with a lot of stocks. I don't try to anticipate what's going to happen. All right, now this one, the BKKT, of course, a huge, huge, huge day 2 days ago. Yesterday's sell-off, sorry, 2 days ago the sell-off. So 3 days ago, huge. The day after, got up at a big sell-off, and then yesterday kind of flat. Okay, we are, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Things settle down a little bit. I will miss out on something like this that just romps right off the bat. LCID. William, I don't have, I'm not using a laptop, I'm using a desktop computer. I've got 3 32-inch 4K monitors. I was asked what my configuration is. All right, guys, so here's the NYCB. This is, to me, could be like yesterday's CADE and BSX, all-day shorts. Let's see if it takes out that low right there on the daily chart. I think I have a price alert set. See if it just keeps drifting down most of the day. And that is for the NYCB. And we have a halt, CXDC. I think this is halted on the way up. Okay, so CXDC halted on the way up. All right, guys, there's the NYCB. Now let's see if my premise is correct. Well, no thoughts on it. You're in a halt right now, so nothing to do other than wait for it to open. I didn't see any press release on it, so I couldn't see any reason, specific reason for this pop here. But nothing for you to do until it opens. Yeah, the LCID, no question, is the star right off the bat. Yeah, a ton of options. Well, 37,000 contracts, but that's not abnormal right now anyway. I think I saw somebody posting Agri, AGRI, probably a low float. Yes, another low float. No real, I mean, it had this pop in the pre-market, then the drop. I guess I did not see it. It was not a big percentage mover, but okay, so there is, you know, in theory, well, not in theory, there is some news. A binding letter of intent to acquire leading ag tech European consultancy. There is your news for Agri. Another small one, fairly small one, UMC. So Agri got halted. Okay, Agri got halted. UMC, another earnings play. You notice we've got this. I'm in a development build. This is a first look. You can see it says, you know, you've got this earnings today before market open. If your screen, if your window is, if your chart is big enough, you'll see it all. If not, it'll just show a little E, and I think if you hover over it, you can explode it. Again, this is just a first look. My advice to them is that, you know, not everybody is going to want to see this, so it should be an option, kind of a properties, and then you can check it or uncheck it. But right now, this is it's kind of cool. At least it, you know, it's hammering the point home. You cannot forget this is earnings. Well, market has slowed down. Oh, there we go. I'm just talking about alerts. I'm not getting too many new alerts. I haven't looked at my I haven't looked at my tech TECK. That was tech doing TECK. And again, earnings. All right, NYCB. Yeah, there's a big red bar opening. So we got a minor disconnect in the market. So we have the Dow is down, SPY's down, tech is up just a little bit. But that's a big opening red candle so far. Sounds like a huge move. Oh, I was anticipating a huge move down for some reason. So they did have a press release this morning, some kind of a deal with Bill.com. So now this is, yeah, so this has turned into an okay IPO. Hood on the way down. This is an earnings play. Disappointment, this is almost an all-time low now. Only 3% above the all-time low. All right, guys, my premise on the NYCB worked. Mentioned this in the pre-market, weak regional banker. I wanted to see if it would piggyback on what happened with Cade, and I think the other one, BSX or BSC, something like that yesterday. So far, it is. So this is one time where I kind of, you know, I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes, but this looks too darn good to pass up on a short NYCB. And the next low looking left is down here. I'm not saying, in fact, it's getting very close. So I've just taken some off just in case this stalls it right here. 1243, looks like there's a few lows right around 1243. So I've just covered some of that NYCB. Oh, look at CRTX. Now I know, William, I think you went long it. Oh, you shorted it. I thought you were playing a bounce of it. Okay, good. Whoa. Well, there's the hoodie, so well, I'm glad I'm out of it. Yeah, this is all screwed up, guys. This is in the simulator because if you remember, I was showing you how to take a trade. So I took the hoodie and it was at 1998, I think. It got up to 21 something or other. I exited in the simulator. That should have been for a big gain. It's showing me now a loss overall, so that there's something going on there. Of course, that wouldn't happen in a real account, but well, yeah, well, this is good on your short here. I mean, the pre-market after hours low was 1260 before it bounced a little bit. Okay, this could turn into an interesting short here, MQ. You know, if we figure out a way where it's going to kind of stall. How is ENPH doing? Is it holding its gains? This is put, again, given the solar sector a huge boost this morning, today. So it is still holding its gains. Almost, I mean, it's almost at the all-time high, only about 8% away, which is back here. Huge move after hours on earnings. Huge move. And it's carrying all of the others, well, not all of them, but a lot of the solars up. As we were mentioning, SPWR, run. All right, look at NYCB. I don't know if anybody took this with me, but boy, turning into a nice, I've already taken some off. I just was wondering if this could break here. So it just got halted again, so it popped. CXDC, it came out of its halt, it popped up, and it just got halted again. Oh, I love it. Okay, well, the next low, I looked at the monthly chart for this one, is 1219. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there on the monthly chart, but okay, guys, keep an eye on Perry now. P-E-R-I. This was an AI alert yesterday. It was an earnings play, and this is a big bottoming tail, but it has come right back up. There's the high of yesterday at 30.18. It takes that out. This could easily. This is not a recommendation or anything like this, but if this takes this out and starts to run, this could be like a second-day continuation off earnings, and that is P-E-R-I. Again, an AI alert from yesterday. That's why you see that buy flag on your daily chart, whether you have the AI or not. Okay, Robinhood underneath 35 now. HOOD underneath 35 right now. All just again 3%, within 3% of an all-time low. Their all-time low was 33.25. So what's that, about $1.60 away from an all-time low for Robinhood on earnings. You can see the reaction after hours yesterday and now continuation. Another one is, oh, the CRTX. Good for you, William. Boy, this is, I mean, just getting thumped still. So remember, yesterday's low after hours. After hours was 12 something, so. Wow, Hootie. So Hootie got, let's see, Hootie got halted on the way down. Well, I guess there was a reason why I didn't want to hold this one. Oh boy, Hood on the way down too, guys. This is what, you know, you get these earnings plays, and especially some of these plays that have a lot of shares in the float, they can be the, no trade is easy, okay? But when you get something with a lot of shares in the float, like a Hood, almost half a billion in the float, usually you don't have to worry about wild gyrations, okay? And right now, I mean, it's all super negative. I'm not saying it can't have a big pop, but I mean, it is all super negative right now for a Hood. Almost getting down to that all-time low. And if it takes that all-time low out, look out. I mean, and CXDC, yes, halted again. Was it on the way up or the way down? I'm sorry, I just resumed. I'm sorry. Excuse me. So I did see that it showed up on my option scanner, 145 on my option scanner. The pre-market highs were 175-ish, 175, 177. Again, I don't see any news. Another solar play, SOL, small one. So SOL, this is definitely well, it's a small one, 37 million in the float. Again, being pulled along because of ENPH. All right, boy, Hoodie, you got to be so careful. Look at Hoodie, right back up. Halted now on the way up. Oh man, I bet you I lost sight of this one. I'll bet you this is just tanked. Not tanked, but... So I'm assuming when you say killer on the short side, I'm assuming. But it's pretty choppy. 5-minute chart, topping tails, bottoming tails. All right, this one just showed up in my option scanner. ICLN, ICLN, and this is, let's see. Okay, this is actually a fund. They don't show up very often. It's through the 200-day moving average. The Global Clean Energy Index Fund. So I guess with solar soaring today, yeah, it halted on the way up, yes. Haven't seen Kara for a long time. It's had a great 3 days. From 12 to 15. Had a great 3 days. I haven't seen Kara in a long time. Don't see any specific news on it. Don't worry about it, Diego. First 15 minutes, first half hour in the market can be very frantic. Nova, okay, let's take a look at Nova. So Nova has her earnings after hours today. I see that. You know what else is getting hit again is Xerox. Xerox had earnings yesterday, XRX. Continuation down so far, breaking down through that whole number, and it is at almost at the low of yesterday, 1790. In fact, it's at the just beneath the low of yesterday. This still has room, guys. I mean, look at the monthly chart. Not a ton of room. Not a ton of room. I mean, if I look at the monthly chart, looks like 17 could hold it. But Xerox, boy. All right, so we saw this one in the pre-market, GHSI, the gap after hours, got up to this point in the pre-market and then it faded badly, and it is trying to come back, 25 million in the float. Again, don't see any specific news for it. Yeah, I have a tough time taking the Xerox right now just because I just don't see that it has a ton of room to keep moving down, but 1743 is the next low looking left. I mean, 1791 to 1743, that'd be okay, but I mean, yesterday was the day. Not shortable for me. LILM, LILM. Again, don't know if it's an IPO here. This is showing up on my gap downs. It's just not shortable for me. Oops, sorry for the caps. You can't hear me, but guys, if I only did the one trade today, NYCB, I'd be really happy. You know, tight stop on it, not 3 cents, Becca, but a little bit more. But I mean, this is just turning out to be a wonderful short. Again, if you were in the pre-market, if you opened the room, you got in when I opened the room at 9 o'clock, you heard me talking about this NYCB, suggesting that, you know, it's a regional bank. It could do the same sort of thing that Cade and the other regional bank did yesterday. And so far, absolutely, it has happened. Meanwhile, Alex, sugar. Alex is on the way down too. Is this an earnings play? Yes, this is an earnings play. See how active we get, especially when you start getting, I mean, I'm not saying nobody knows this company, but you know, it's not Facebook, it's not Microsoft, it's not Google, it's not Amazon, it's not, you know, Tesla. It's not something, it's what I will call maybe a second tier. And these can give us the greatest moves because, you know, when they have earnings, they kind of have their day. Usually people don't pay too much attention to these ones, but on the day they have earnings, look out. Meanwhile, solar, SOL, I mentioned this one just a little while ago. SOL continues, a cheap solar play, SOL, with not too many in the float. All right, guys, so things have settled down just a little bit in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. All right, let's take a look at ALKS. So ALKS, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is down here around 26. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. The next low is 27.78. So, you know, a little over $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. So the longer this holds under 29, the better. And if it starts to keep moving down, again, it's an earnings play, so it should be active most of the day. I'm going to stick an alert right around here, around 28.82, see if it takes that out later on. And I might hop into a short on that one. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to look. Well, you're making me look. Luckily, I've done some converting. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was going to be like 88 cents or something. Okay, that's okay. I'm used to the 81, 82 level now. Okay, guys, I have covered my NYCB. All out of it. Okay, let's take a look at something else here. Agri. So Agri on the move again. Agri on the move again. And this is, what's the next high looking left on the monthly chart? 410. Low float. And it just got halted. Agri just got halted. So I'm not seeing too much activity in the SPACs, guys. It may be over for a while anyway. DWAC is just not pulling the rest of that sector up at all. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, this is a SPAC. Yeah, I mean, it's showing up in the option scanner. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, look at the 200-day. It's right there. I mean, it's typically this is one of those ones that can just have a lot of option activity, but just not move. Didn't mention space, but space is, yeah, so that's a big gap down for space after kind of consolidating a bit. You know, all beaten up from here down to, from 24 down to 20. Kind of consolidated a bit, but now there's another move down for space, SBCE. So at one point we're looking maybe as a fade for Nova, but it's continuing higher. Man, I wish this weren't here. On that Xerox, I'd love to take this short. I just think 1743. All right, grits is showing up. GRTS is just showing up, coming right into that 200-day moving average. Is it shortable? It is shortable for me. So let's just see if that stalls it. GRTS. There it is, 1072. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that area. I mean, look at that daily chart, right around that area. Yeah, Hootie on the way up. Man, that's a tough intraday trader. Yeah, this is not shortable for me, but it's just showing up. I look at Xerox, continues down. Well, good for you, Keg. I know that you said you were in the puts, so good for you on the... You know, it's funny, Harry, you mentioned about Intel, and of course, I know you guys are following AMD. When I was looking at, I was looking to get that new, well, relatively new, the Surface laptop. And now maybe their margins are better and all that, but every single salesperson I talked to said go AMD. And of course, it was a lot cheaper than Intel. All right, moment of truth right now for the grits, GRTS. Let's see if that 200 days stalls it. Okay, did this open? I'm hearing something else in. Well, look at space. Well, no real said if the top is in for Kara, but look at this. Kara on the, come on, load. Look at Kara. Okay, Ariel. No, guys, space continues down here. SPCE what did I say? I thought maybe the 1758 is a, look at all that action on the monthly chart right around here, around, is that lower than that? 1714, so it still has $1 to go before it hits these lows. All right, guys. Well, I don't typically look at stocks that are this cheap, but NEW just showed up on my option scanner at $1. Look at the volume coming in. It's like it got halted. It got halted right here. Boy, this could, what's the open looking like? All right, guys, I took a little loss on the GRTS. I'm going to take a look at it again. I only took a small amount to begin. I was going to add if it really took out that 200-day, but so I took a small loss on the GRTS. I was shorting it. But I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if it gets back down to, say, into the low 1080s, maybe for a reshort. So I'm just going to put a price alert right there. Man, oh man, hoodie, just very insane action. I mean, it got all the way down, just like yesterday, you know, if you were watching this one yesterday, remember it got up to 19, back down to 15. Look at this. And now it is halted, H-U-D-I. Give me a moment, please. Just going to change headsets. And we are back. All right, IMGN just showed up on my option scanner, and what's the next high looking left? See, I just think there could be too much resistance. I wish there were more room for this to run before it hits the next highs looking left on the monthly and the weekly chart. All right, there's new up, new down. Yeah, I mean, if you got this one right at $1, if you could have got it at $1 on the alert, you know, it's a nice percentage move, but it's right back down again, so. All right, guys, so Hog is now turning into an okay earnings play from the AI. I'm just noticing here. Next high looking left is 39. So it doesn't have that much more until it hits the next high. I'm not going to get a fill on Elks. All right, grits is getting interesting for me again. It had the pop over over 11, I think. 11.02. Meanwhile, Agri. This is today's little star on the percentage increase, almost 100%. And this one got halted. USC. Oh, this is okay. This is a new SPAC, guys. So I just usually don't care about them. USCTU new SPAC. Another one that just got halted is LAIX. Boy, this is, you know, yesterday we had all sorts of halts of these little guys. And there's Hootie resuming, popped up, right back down. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, CRTX is this a bounce? Come on, load. Or is this a continuing down? Now here's the warrants for Agri. No, okay, I thought this was a bounce, so this is no bounce. Wow. CRTX continues down. Still have my eye on the grits, guys. See if it takes out that 200-day again, but GRTS. All right, guys. Well, it is 10:20. Yeah, it is time for my spiel, the TI spiel. Yeah, remember Valador this morning, VLDR, looked like it was going to continue. Now look at this. Anyway, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. We do have a promo code on now for 25% off. Should last until the end of the month. I've just got to pop this into our YouTube room. All right, so there is my homepage. Now, if you're in the main trading room, you'll see I have a tab here called Barry's Homepage. So this is available, of course, all day long. This is the link to my homepage. If you click on it right there, click on my homepage, and this is what you'll see. So there's a promo code to use, Test Drive 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. So on an annual basis, we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 25%. I think that works out to about $4 a day. The standard, about half of that, $10.68 minus the 25%. Okay. You do not have, the big difference is the AI. I'll take a look at the AI in a bit. You don't have to take an annual plan if you don't want to. You can go month to month. If you do that, this is what you'll pay, $118, $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. So if you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, here's my recommendation. If you don't know this product very well, don't hop into an annual, okay? Our refund policy is not great if you take an annual. But what you can do is this. You can start off with a standard monthly, $118 less the 25%, and that should give you enough time, because within 30 days, if you decide, you know what, I love the product, I want to take out an annual subscription, we'll honor the 25% promo code, all right? But do not hop into an annual subscription unless you know you want this product. More information on my homepage. So, these sections are free. The Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day, and the Education. So the Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The Stock of the Day, I do a Stock of the Day video at noon every day. And also Education. All the education is free. Now, most of it is about how to, diving into how to use Trade Ideas and all. We have a great user guide now, all segmented. Just give me a moment, please. Here we go, all segmented right here, so you can sort of dive into an area that might be of interest to you. And we do have, though, a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay, so this is about a week and a half old now. If I were you, though, I would take, at the very beginning, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. This goes over things like, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc., all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Daily support. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve in our YouTube room today. I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main trading room. I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over, and today is Wednesday again. It's Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube room link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. I guess we're back to our schedule again. So today there is one. It's a Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. This is one I help out on. You can sign up for them all right here. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday schedule this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Some more educational videos, but I love this section. If you're new to trading, take a look at this. You know, these are all short videos. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, this is a great little video series. And again, it's all free. Everything is free. Now, obviously, if you take out a subscription, I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. This is my layout, essentially the layout that you see, okay? But I'm sharing a lot of other individual scans that you might want to take a look at. You know, I love my moving higher with unusually strong options. The 10-day daily breakout, daily breakdown. This is from Real a few weeks ago. I sort of modified it to my use. These are the four I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four scans I use in the pre-market. But there's a ton of information here and in the education section. So save my link. Then you can look at all this anytime you want. All right, now, what is Trade Ideas? If you're brand new into the room today or kind of new, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you're using, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you wanted to build your own scans, this is how you start. So this is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows. Click on the summary. This is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading 8 times normal, etc. I'm just showing you the concept. When you want to build your own scans, you start off with some filters. Because what I'm looking for here, I'm looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. If I had no filters in place, of course I would be inundated with alerts all day long. So you start off with some filters to get that universe down to a manageable number. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, and it meets these filter requirements, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. Again, so if you want to build your own scans, we tried to make it very easy. If you right-click on an alert window and I click on configure and then I click on search, these are all the alerts that we have when you see these icons. And then if you scroll down, when you see these icons, these are all the filters. You do not have to learn them all. I think people get a little too hung up and think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all those filters and alerts? You don't have to. What we've tried to do, though, is create enough of them so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. That's all it is, okay? So you don't have to learn them all. But we, so to create a scan, it's kind of like a la carte. You pick and choose which ones you want. So again, if you don't want to create your own scans, though, you can take my scans to start, and eventually, you might want to tweak them. So in other words, if you took my basic new highs and lows as an example, and you looked at the summary and you said, well, you know what, I want a different price range. So no problem. You just click on the icon and you make a change. So let's say I changed it to 10 and 100. Okay, if you click on the summary, you'll see here's the change. You wanted a different minimum volume. You're, of course, welcome to make any changes you want. But you can start off with a general scan without knowing how to have created it in the first place, and then tweak it. You can also go to our channel bar. If you click from our toolbar, if you click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, these are all themed channels. So for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, You know, this is a channel that we created that zeroes in on stocks that are having some momentum. So if you like this one, you know, you take a look at this one. It's an alert window. It's called Momo. Again, you right click, configure. You see what it's looking for. Just check out the filters. You know, if you don't mind, if you don't mind the way it is, then you just leave it. And what you can do is you can save this now to the cloud. Right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. And you do that, and this is what you'd see, and then you just save it to the cloud. I'll explain why you save it to the cloud, because now if I go to another channel, I'll go to the stock surging channel as an example, and maybe I like this one. You know, it looks interesting. The action is heating up right now. All right, do the same thing, save it to the cloud. So what I'm trying to demonstrate is going through the various channels, extracting windows that you might like, scans that you might like. You save them to the cloud, and then go back to our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And you can see, if you save them to the cloud, you will see them all up here. You just click on one, load it, click on the next one, load it. Thereby creating your own layout without really having to know how to have created those scans in the first place. So we try to make it very easy. You know, once you have the scan, once you have all those windows up on your screen, you might want to add some charts, and then you just save your layout. You know, File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire. You give it a name. My first trade ideas layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now it's in the cloud. Okay? So we try to make it very, very, very easy. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, that's why we have all the alerts and filters. Okay, so Ara, if you haven't looked at the 20 lessons, I would suggest you do. I'll show you, but you should look at the 20 lessons, okay? One of them deals with the cloud. Okay, but so for instance, if I go to my home page and I go to my scans list, so let's just say you wanted one of these. You wanted the moving higher with unusually strong options. You click on it, all right, and you see how it loads into a new tab. Highlight it, okay, so now, and then copy it. So now that link is copied. And then File, Load from Cloud from our toolbar. Click on File, Load from Cloud. Notice how, see that string here, it ends in AB1. See how it ends in AB1? So it's right there, and then you just load it. Okay, and it showed up on another monitor, and here it is. Okay? Well, shoot, I'm not in that one, that Agri. You guys have been having a lot of fun with that one, I can see. Every day there's one, you know. I mean, look at this, 200%. I mean, they had some news, you know, a binding letter of intent to acquire a leading ag tech European consultancy. So there's your news. But how can it do this? How can it be up by 200% on news like that? How? I'm going to wait for an answer on that one. How? Nope, nope. Come on, guys. You hear me talk about it all the time. How can a stock be up 200%? Here we go, Dwayne. Dwayne wins, gets the gold star. It's the float, guys. I mean, 11 million shares in the float. You hear me talk about the float all the time. So that is what I call a low float situation. For me personally, anything under 20 million is what I call a low float situation. That is the supply of stock. That is the number of shares that are available for trading. So that is the supply. And for whatever reason, if you get huge demand, so it had a press release, whatever, it doesn't matter what you think of the press release, matters not. All it matters is that traders are piling into it. 81 million shares have traded, 11 million in the float. So that has traded the float a little over 7 times. If you divide 11 million into that 81 million, you're going to get 7.08. Okay? So that's what that's all about. You can only get moves like that if you have a very, very low float. And I mean, again, personally, I think anything under 20 million is low. Contrast that with Facebook as an example. Even though Facebook has had some pretty interesting activity, 2.3 billion in the float, you will not see a day where Facebook is up or down 200% unless something absolutely unbelievably catastrophic happens. Okay? So it takes a bunch to move a stock with a huge float. And so, you know, that's why I like to... It's not that I actually put any filters in here in these scans for low floats. But typically, if a stock is going to be moving, you know, giving us these nice, interesting percentage increases or decreases, it's because of the low float. Now, if you're used to trading Facebook with, you know, the 2 billion in the float, your idea, you know, if you're used to trading these stocks with, you know, billions in the float, your idea of a low float could be 100 million. Yeah, but a $12 move on a percentage basis is nothing. For me, anyway. Not saying you can't get a dollar move in a Facebook that looks interesting, but for me, you know, you're just not going to get the percentage move. But listen, this is not to dissuade anybody who wants to trade Facebook or Microsoft or Amazon. I mean, that's up to you. You know, I just have a personal preference. That's why most of this. That's why, you know, my scan right here is just stocks between $1 and $20. Just because, you know, I can usually take a look at stocks that are giving, you know, bigger percentage moves. It's not for everybody. Did I step away from my computer? No. Yeah, there is a move on DWAC, guys. A big move, a big $10 move for DWAC from the bottom. No, we don't scan the Indian stock market. I was asked, do we scan the... Well, we don't scan the Indian stock market, so it's just the U.S. market. So let's take a look at what the market is doing. So the Dow is down a little, tech is up a little, SPY is basically flat, so there's a little bit of disconnect going on here with the so-called value stocks down and the growth stocks up. A little bit of disconnect. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about our AI that we nickname Holly. So if you have our premium service, you click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The Strategy Trades window. I wouldn't concern myself with anything else other than looking at this window right there. Obviously not having a great day so far, but it's early, it can turn around. Hog is one. It's an earnings play. Not doing too badly. But all you do is just watch this window. If you load this window, if you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window, and you have this as part of your layout, this window will be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see there's the first alert today, 9:37. You have a potential entry or a suggested entry, and here's your stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay? Give me a moment here, just adjusting a scanner here. Come on. All right, now this window here, we call it Brokerage Plus. And let me just put this link in. Give me a moment. Oops. Okay, so I just put this link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. One video, the short video, shows you if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, you can use this window right here to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need an IB, Interactive Broker, or E-Trade account. It works with no other broker. Please don't ask me about Thinkorswim or TDA, etc. I have no idea when or if it'll ever happen, okay? There's my blanket statement for that. The other video, a lot longer, goes into more detail about how you can use this window, including, of course, how you can use it, and we always talk about this, how you can use it to paper trade, okay? Before you start trading, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. And it doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's using our real-time data. Okay, you just click on, notice here it says Brokerage Plus. One option is live. Of course, so that would connect you if you have an IB or E-Trade account. And the other one is Sim for simulation or paper trading. There's the GNUs. And there's the GNUs on GNUs. So they're buying WOW. WOW Unlimited. There's your news, guys. That was the big deal. You know, Zach, you may get, I don't know if you can hear me, you may get your $30 today with Hoodie. It would not be easy. You'd have to just sort of close your eyes and take a few and maybe. So this is another SPAC, guys, MCAD, kind of alive here. What did it do yesterday? Got up to $13 yesterday. MCAD. Boy, space, man, I mean, that just, look, remember I mentioned this one probably $1 ago. Right around here, almost $1 now down. Getting some of these funds showing up on my scanners. GOF. Yeah, never, 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 never would that happen, Dak. I know you're kidding, but never. Well, I've been eyeballing this grits for a long time now. Look at, yeah, I mean, I'm missing out on all these and doing my spiel and all, but look at SYTA. Halted, low float. How can this happen? Low float, look at that. 4.5 million, and that's a very low float. Yeah, you're right. The warrants are trading. The warrants are trading while the stock is halted. Yeah, there's no routine from within Trade Ideas to do it. You're talking about like printing a chart like this? My trade? Yeah, there's no routine like print chart. I mean, most people, you know, will do something like a, you know. So I've got this screen share, and then I just highlight it, okay, and then I copy it to the clipboard, and then I print it. But there's no print routine from within Trade Ideas. Boy, space, guys, space, just giving it up. That's a big, big, big move down on that daily chart out of all this. Well, I tried actually to hop on that SITA. I couldn't get it. SYTA, I could not get it. And now I'd be in complete chase mode. Where is the next high looking left? Like, where could this silly thing get to? 744. Wow. Well, guys, I broke every rule in the book for me. Every rule in the book. I'm out of it. I scalped it out of it. What did I get in at? 493. For me, I broke every rule of chasing something. But I thought, okay, you know what? I'm going to take a bit of... I was going to get out so quickly if it got down to about 475. It didn't happen. And I don't know if it's halted again. Why did I do it? Because I've just been seeing this agri. It's like, you know, the traders get into these things. And I thought, okay, maybe traders are gonna they're getting out of this one and maybe getting into the other one for a while. I know, Zorro, I know. Wow. Where I exited? That's okay. I don't, you know, I rarely do what I just did. I almost got in here, you know, after the halt, but it just ran on me. Look at this, up to 621. Probably halted on the way down now. So that's why you got to be awfully careful, of course. Now, as we saw yesterday in a few of these, you know, they get up, down, and then, you know, towards the end of the day, they can still have a nice run. So what I would do, I would stick an alert. I know, you know, it may sound crazy, stick an alert up 714 when the price is at 525. Maybe make it at the high of the two bodies of those candles and see if later on it just pops back up. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised this was not halted on the way down. I guess it just must have been outside the... Obviously the computer did not kick in. It did not go down, and I guess fast enough, I guess. Did not lose it fast enough because I would have thought that would have been halted on the way down. Not shortable for me, so I could not partake in that. Look how, oh goodness. I just have this stock thumbnail. That's why I notice it. You know, this HUDI. I mean, look at these moves. 25, 22, just like that. Yeah, news is a lot of nonsense. No, shoot, it was shortable. 3.9 million. Ah, rats. I didn't know it was, I sort of lost sight of it. Through the 200-day moving average now. Would it surprise anybody if it got back down to 130? I remember when news started getting some traction here. This is way back here. This is back in over a year ago. This is May of last year. And as if I recall, I mean, this was like a 40-cent stock. And then the next month, it got all the way up to 11.70. If I recall, I think the big splash was, did they hire a couple of guys from Disney? At the time, it seemed like that looked like, okay, this is going to really propel this stock. All right, Hawaiian Airlines, or I guess technically not Hawaiian Airlines, HA. Ah, it's an earnings play too. Look at this. So HA is an earnings play. Let me just see something here. Well, I'm glad I, didn't get really stubborn about the grits. I know somebody went long grits, GRTS. Actually, I'm sorry. I thought she was saying GRTS. She was saying CRTX. She meaning a text to voice. Okay, so Lakshay asked a question. This is in our YouTube room. How can I remove any particular symbol from a topless window on a specific trading day? Okay. So can you hear me and see my screen? Before I explain how. Okay, so have you ever created a symbol list before? If you haven't, I hope this goes in. Hope the whole link goes in. Just give me a moment. Okay, so have you ever created a symbol list before, a watch list? You know what? I don't think that link's going to work. It's going into the text. So this is the link. Oh, okay. All right. Then if you've done it, then what you do is, whether it's an alert window or a topless window, right click, configure, and I mean, this is not easy. I mean, if you really have to want to do this, but where it says symbol lists, you could create a new symbol list. Okay, create a new list. So if you know how to do that, give it a name, and you could say something like, I don't know, symbols I don't want to see. Okay, symbols I don't want to see. And then if you've created one before, then you obviously know how to get it over here. And then what you would do is you would use exclude the following lists. Okay, and check it. And then that would take that symbol list where you are putting in symbols that you don't want to see. And so it'll be, those symbols will be excluded. Now you really have to want to do it. I mean, if it's only one symbol, it seems like a lot of work. But, you know, maybe it's several symbols. Maybe it'll change on a daily basis. You could edit the symbols. But that's how you could do it. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is coming right back, this SYTA. This is what I said, guys. I mean, you know, this could I mean, I'm not in it anymore. So, okay, so there was some news. Enters into an agreement for a $6 million investment from the Lind partners. All right, so they had some news. Canadian company, where are you out of? My hometown. And we have a halt here. This looks like an IPO, my guess. Yes, AIP is an IPO. Just started trading. Let's see who's behind this one. Okay, let's just see, take a look at this one. Let's see who's behind it. I'm going to check my IPO calendar. All right, here's my IPO calendar. Let's take a look at which one was that? AIP, so it's on my IPO calendar list. There it is. Ooh, boy. This could be an interesting one, guys. The reason I say that, very few shares were issued. There's the price. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. Jefferies, Cowen, and BMO, they're the guys behind it, the firms behind it. Okay, but what's attractive can be the fact that there's only 5 million shares. Again, I always put this link in if you want to follow IPOs. This is how I do it. And here's a little trick. If you want to know when an IPO starts, now a lot of times, there's a little quirk about our halts resumes. When it's an IPO, many times, I would say probably at least 90% of the time, it shows up as a resumed. See how that happened? But you want to be sure. Let's just say for argument's sake, let's see now. 1027. So this one I don't think is opened yet. MRAI, Think Equity. I don't know anything about it, but let's just say you did want to know when Think Equity opened. Okay, so it hasn't opened yet. You can see there's no data. All you do is use our price alerts. Right click. And then create a price alert. Put $1. I mean, obviously it's going to open over $1. The other thing that you can do, if you really want to know about an IPO like this, so if I click on the actual IPO, I can get an idea, who's behind it. Let's see who is behind it. So it's only Think Equity. Price range is 4 to 4, so this is not a big IPO, okay? Only issuing 6.3 million, but sometimes these really cheap ones can have explosive moves. So you could put that information in the notes section. 6.3 million, IPO priced at 4, and you want to put Think Equity, knowing who's behind it. So you can put that in the notes section if you want. I'm not going to. But you could go through each IPO that is coming up and do something like that. Look at this one on tomorrow. I mean, this is obviously a huge one. Ensemble Health Partners. Look who's behind it. Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, Guggenheim, Credit Suisse, Wells Fargo, etc. So this is obviously going to be a pretty big one, 29 million. IPO, the range is between 19 and 22. So that's a way in which you can follow exactly when an IPO launches. All you have to do is make sure you click on New and your Price Alerts window. And when you do that, this is what you'll see. This is your window. If you've never used it before, it'll be blank. All you have to do is minimize it. You don't have to stare at it all day long. You just minimize it. And then when any price alert, of course, not just an IPO price alert, but any price alert happens, the window will pop up on your screen so you can't miss it. You can put a sound alert on it. I sort it on the trigger time column, so it's always going to show up right at the beginning, or sorry, at the top. No, there's no way to check the float. I mean, you just have to, you know, I mean, at the beginning, I would just look at the shares issued. It's hard to know on these things, you know, what the actual float is. I would just look at the shares issued. Perfect circle. I thought you said you wanted to come into the main trading room. This is the link. All right, what time is it? 11:08. I see that SYTI or A got halted on the way down, obviously. Yeah, so well, I still have my alert set up here. You never know. You never know later on. Maybe it regains some traction, and you know, towards the end of the day, it just pops right through. You never know. No respect for our elders, real. Boy, we've had just a ton of these small guys yesterday and now today. Big pop-ups. And of course they drift down. Great shorting opportunities. I don't know if you guys saw this one. I'm not following the chat or the post. GMVD. I don't know if anybody followed that one. What a great short on the top there. You know, now listen, it's not easiest thing to know exactly where the top is, of course, but you know, you can look at Bollinger Bands. How far outside the Bollinger Bands are they? Things like that. But I'm not saying it's the easiest thing. Oh, we're just kidding you, value. I think we're just kidding you. Well, I think he's talking beaten up today. I think he's talking about beaten up today. To a certain, I mean, it got beaten up from 575 down to 450. They actually had some news, quote unquote news. So this is not just piggybacking off DWAC in theory. All right, I'm going to just do a quick check to see what's happening on some of the alerts I got from my Option plays, nothing really shaking today. You know, most of the time when I take a look at these, if I see a lot of resistance nearby, I don't take them. So I'm not seeing anything that is super clean. Again, this is a SPAC, wasn't too impressed. SYTA just resumed. What did it do on the resumption? Here's another little one, I bet. ICD just got halted. ICD just got halted. I'm sorry. It resumed. ICD, I didn't realize it was halted. It did resume and actually moved down. What was the halt price? Was at 482. So keep an eye on it, guys. You know, it gets back up over that original halt price. It could go. I mean, it's only, again, another 5. This is not for everybody, okay? I'm not trying to tell anybody to take this type of a trade, but if you know kind of what you're doing, you can kind of see, there it is, 5.5 million in the float. It got halted at 482. It's had a pullback, but if it gets back over 482 of that halt price, you know, it probably has to contend with getting through 5. So it, you know, I wish this weren't here. Imagine if all this were down here, below this current price. You could easily see it starting to run. All right, DWAC. That's a big move off that low, 52.67, $15. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, now let's take a trade in the simulator. All right, let's just for fun take this SYTH in the simulator. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how you can do something here, okay, in the simulator. So SYTA, let's say I wanted to take this trade. I don't want to take it right now though, but if it popped over, say 5, okay, took out all this right here, maybe I want to take the trade. So I pick how many shares I want to take that at, and I'll put 5 in both this price box and the stop box. Okay, this is in the simulator. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line, you'll see a blue line appears on the chart. So if this is how you can, you could have done it the other way, of course, if you wanted to take it on a pullback, if it pulled back down below a certain level, you want to take the trade. Or if you want it to break a level above the current price, you can do it. Okay, so I'm going to leave it in. You never know. And then again, this is in the simulator. You see, maybe later on in the day, it pops through there and it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if I don't want to take the trade anymore, I just go to the orders and I right click and cancel it. Okay? And again, it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Well, we know all the SPACs have warrants, okay? We do know that. Talked about this yesterday. I think a lot of stocks don't. Well, you know what, Keg? If you're in the room still, maybe you can explain it a lot better than I can. I think if a stock trades options, perhaps it. Listen. I don't know 100%, but I think if a stock trades options, maybe there's no need for warrants. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so the question was, do most stocks have warrants? Okay, and I think you answered. I think we determined that well, I shouldn't say virtually all of them, but certainly SPACs seem to have warrants. But other stocks, if they trade options, maybe they'll have warrants, but more than likely not. Is that kind of a decent explanation? There you go. Thank you. So that's why the SPACs do it. But I guess if you're a quote-unquote normal stock, probably not that many have warrants because because they do have option trains. Okay, you see how that worked, guys? You see the MRAI? It popped up on my screen. Okay, it is starting to trade. It's an IPO, starting to trade. But you see how that worked. And if I clicked on it, if I put some notes in, I would have seen exactly. I would have known it was whatever, 6 million, $4. I think it was Think Equity or something like that. If I put notes in here, and see how it triggered right at the top because I sort on the trigger time, so I'm going to see the last one. And I also put a sound alert on it in case I've wandered away from my computer with my wireless headset. So if I hear that unique sound that I have for my price alerts, I know I can come racing back in to see what's up. Okay, so for us though, we will probably not see most stocks other than SPACs that have warrants, just as a general statement. Whew. So what's the mark? So again, we have a disconnect going. SPY is basically flat, Dow's up, Dow's down, Tech is up, or I call it Tech. NAS is up. Okay, so I'm going to show you something here with the AI and how you can use the re-entry price. It's got nothing to do with the simulator perfect circle. I mean, you know, I have a certain, for instance, this morning, NYCB, okay? NYCB, where are you? So if you're around in the pre-market, you know I was very interested in shorting this one. Now, did it move down all day? No, not like the Cade and the other one yesterday, but it still gave me a great trade, okay? So for me, I was watching it. I knew it had earnings. I knew that two of the other regional banks yesterday basically sank all day. So for me, I waited for a break of that whole number, 13, and got in it right about, I think it was about 1287, and just wrote it down. And then, and then the minute I was not concerned, but I thought this 1243 actually might stall it. So I took some out right about that level. I looked at that daily chart. Held some, it moved down even further, and then as it started moving up, I covered the rest. I mean, that's how I traded that one. So it's nothing to do with the simulator. It's just my style of trading. Hard to teach probably, but a lot of what I do is a little bit of feel, okay? I mean, always looking left. You hear me say it all the time. I'm looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. I want to see, if I get into a trade, I want to see how much room can it go until it hits the next, high if I'm going long, or the next low. That to me is a huge factor in how I trade. Because if I'm as a momentum trader, most of the things I'm seeing are already either at the day's high or the day's low. Now, I don't want to chase something. I'm not going to chase something that, 5, 15-minute candle straight down. So what I would do is I would wait for it to base a bit, maybe put a price alert, at a certain level that if it took it out, I want to know about it. And then if I get the price alert, I click on the alert and then see, did it happen with some volume though? All right, grunt, grunt, grunt. Again, this is that regional bank from yesterday. Still very weak. Just took out yesterday's low. You know, I had a little pop pre-market. I know what I wanted to do. So I wanted to show you something, okay? So you'll notice here that AI had a short for MQ. Didn't work, got stopped out, all right? Notice though there is a re-entry. So what the AI is saying, okay, I got stopped out, maybe I was a little bit early. There is a re-entry trigger that you can, that is automatically set up. Nothing highly scientific. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. So in this case, remember this is a short. So 35.22 was the entry, 36.33 was the stop. It got stopped out. It happens, obviously. If it got back to halfway between, which is 35.78, you get an alert again to say, okay, maybe I was a little bit early. Maybe I can reshort this at this price. Now, if you have this column, which you should, you'll notice it's working pretty well now. 35.78 on the entry, 34.34 right now. Okay, so the same thing happening here. I don't know if this is 40.25, a re-entry on a long, and let's see what's happening here. So, I mean, do they all work? Of course not. So 40.25, this is, you know, even if you had taken that re-entry, you still wouldn't have, it still wouldn't have popped up. Though it might have given you a bit of a pop. But anyway, these are columns you should, in my opinion, you should add at least the re-entry time and the re-entry price. Notice these are blank because they haven't hit halfway between at some point, the entry and the stop. Sometimes you only get 2 or 3 a day. Sometimes you'll get none. There's an argument to be made that just pay attention to the re-entries. Never mind the original alerts, just pay attention to the re-entries if they happen. Yeah, I don't know, David. I'm not a Forex trader at all. You're coming from the 4-hour and Forex. Well, I mean, you can do anything. I mean, you know, I have a 15-minute chart here, but we don't have 4-hour charts as such. You know, the time frame, you know, the highest time frame in intraday anyway is 60 minutes. So we don't have 4-hour charts. So I'm not sure if you're looking for a 4-hour chart. We don't, but you know, your broker, of course, probably has 4-hour charts. In which case, and we link with most brokerage platforms, so you click on it. If you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker, and if your broker has, I'm sure it'll have charts. You could set up a 4-hour chart there. We just don't have 4-hour charts. Take a look at BKKT. Yeah, this is, I have to admit, this sort of surprised me yesterday. I mean, this was brief. This had to be very brief when it was up here. But remember, yeah, that's right, because in the after hours, the day, this is the one I, of course, turned out to be a wonderful several hour swing overnight for me. Got up to 50 something. And then yesterday it just absolutely cratered down to 23. It's some guy trying to get you to go to another website. So I just deleted him. Come on back, and then I can delete you completely. Why is it going up today? Why not? Because it's, I mean, you know the story behind DWAC, right, Claudia? No, traders are, it's just a trading vehicle right now. That's all it is. There's no news for it. The news was, of course, all here that day, 4 days ago. So, I mean, right now it's just turning into a trading vehicle. It hits a bottom, traders get interested, pop it up. Traders sell it. I mean, it's just a trading vehicle. There's no specific reason. MCMJ, so that was in the scanner. Yeah, I mean, it got up there. I have to admit, it did get up there in the option scanner. 10:05 was the alert. You got up to 10:30. Yeah, you know what? I mean, maybe. Look at the week it's had. It looks a lot more dramatic on this weekly candle. It's really not as dramatic. It's only a 20-odd cent move. But that's because exponentially it looks huge when you look at all the previous weeks. Well, here's another one, guys. H&R Block, HRB. Are you an earnings play? HRB is not an earnings play, but look at this. It's really sinking here. HRB. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on HRB. Earnings are 4 days from now. So notice, guys, I'm in a development version. So this is something that's been added to the charts. We're still tinkering with it. So at least it gives you a very clear, especially on a daily chart, it gives you a very clear, there it is, earnings 4 days from now on Tuesday, November 2nd, after market close. Robert, are you talking about when it first broke out a few days ago? Any scanner, any momentum scanner. I mean, that was all over our scanners. Basic new highs, new lows. If you're talking about the break here, this day here, oh yeah, and any, my basic new highs and lows, I mean, virtually any type of a scanner would have picked this up, this move. All you need is a basic new highs or lows or a momentum type scanner with volume. This was, I mean, this was all over many different types of scanners. My watch list, I had it in my watch list. Yeah, but the one of them, I mean, A momentum scanner, you can create your own momentum scanner based on a price range, a minimum volume, how much you want it to pop like in 1 minute in terms of volume. But just the basic new highs and lows would have picked that up. If you'd been in the trading room, you would have heard us talk about it all day long. And then you had to see the news. This actually, all that happened in the pre-market also. I'm talking about the DWAC. I mean, the minute you saw that news, you had to sort of feel, I think traders could get a hold of this. This is not a momentum scanner, as an example. It's not a momentum scanner because even though, I mean, these are probably going to show stocks with good momentum, but it doesn't have a momentum component like this. So if I look at, and this is what I'm talking about, so if I look at the momentum scanner or the momentum layout and look at this one right here, you'll notice right click, configure. Okay, you see what it says? The volume in the last minute, at least 1,000% of normal. Volume in the last 5 minutes, at least 400% of normal. That means when you see these sort of stocks, typically you're going to see big volume bursts too. But this is, this is an idea of a momentum scanner. And then it's just a matter of adjusting it to a price range you like, maybe a minimum volume you like, things like that. No real mystery behind it or magic behind it. Thank you. I didn't see it in the stocks only. I think Real might have got rid of it. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it anymore. So Real, did you get rid of that guy who came in, try to direct to another website? Okay, I don't see it. Must be quite. Ah, I see it. I see it. Okay. Problem is, he's already gone, so I can't delete him. I can delete the post. All right, Ira. So if you go to my website, if you go to my home page, this is a momentum scanner that I use. But again, you can go to Iris. All you have to do is you can go, if you want to use the one from the toolbar, just click on New and click on Dock Channel Bar and then click on Momentum. It's right here. There it is. You can use that. You can right click and save it, duplicate it into a free-floating window. And then when you do that, this is the window. And now you can save it to the cloud. You can save it as part of your layout. Or if you click on my website, my home page, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and two of them, momentum up, momentum down. Very similar. With kind of tweaked the way I like to see things, but very similar, momentum up, momentum down. Just click on the links and, save them. I'm familiar with STEM. I do see it up here. I see it's up 7% or something. When you ask me, am I familiar with it? I mean, I know it exists. Other than that, I don't know anything about it. It's had, yeah, obviously a great 3 days from 21 to 26. all, let's see, 41%. So I'm just looking to see where the all-time high was. So the all-time high was way up here, 37. But I don't have any thoughts on it. I mean, I don't, there's no news on it. So it's just, I don't know why it's doing this. Or maybe there is news. Just a second. Yeah, I don't see any news. I mean, it's a classic, classic Benzinga headline. Trading higher, not seeing company-specific news. So, just traders have got a hold of it. They like what they've seen. Saw in the last 2 days, and they're piling in again. All right, well, there you go. Motley Fool is promoting it. There you go. Well, you can see this HRB. I mean, this is what's the low here? 2460, 2318. So, I mean, it's got some room, a little bit of room to move down to that 23 level from 2377. Yeah, we don't speak French. I'm sorry, we don't speak Spanish in this room, Federola. Sorry, Fiorulo. Sorry. If you can, you're going to understand me. If you have an accounting question or something, Kelly at Trade Ideas does speak Spanish. Okay, and you can contact her. Sorry, I just don't speak Spanish. I very solamente poco. And that's probably not even good. Here's another one, guys. Man, they're all coming out of the woodwork here. Another little bio. XTLB. Another one. Oui, je fais de mon mieux de parler français. Anyway. XTLB, another one, an Israeli stock, 3.5 million in the float, just got halted. I lost sight of the SYTA. Doggone it! Look at that cross right there. I don't know if you saw that one, Rail. I know you mentioned it just a while ago. There's a cross, a 2-minute cross at 443. Click on my homepage, Iris. I put the link in. Click on my homepage link. Okay, I'll put it in again. Click on my homepage link. I just put it right underneath. Click on the link. And when you do that, you'll be brought to this page. Oops. You'll be brought to this page, and then here is the scan section. All the scans that I share. Click here, Momentum up, momentum down, right here. Okay? So just go to the scan section. And here's this one from yesterday. Look at this one. Another crazy one. LAJU, I'm surprised it is halted. Sorry, I was going to say I'm surprised it's not halted. Okay, Iris, please. When you click on it, you'll see this. Oops. This is what you'll see, yes, at the top here. But you see where I'm saying right here, there are 4 sections on my home page. One of them, my scans. One of them is my scans. Okay? Click here. Scans. Momentum up, momentum down. I mean, you're seeing this at the top here. Just maybe you have to scroll down just a little bit. But right here, the scan section, okay? Did you find it? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, Iris. Okay, if you're on, I mean, it's definitely there, okay? So when you click on my link, maybe this is what you're seeing, okay? Just drag the window down, okay? I don't know, maybe that's all you're seeing. Yes, and now take the window and drag it down until you see things like Trade of the Week. Okay, Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video, my scans, and all the education. Here's the scan section. It's called Barry's Scans. Okay? Okay, great. Okay, just a minute, please. muted. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Becca. Okay, so I don't know why I was muted. Rent the Runway. Rent the Runway just opened, IPO. I guess this is for aspiring models. I don't know. I don't know what they're all about. You can check it out. Okay, keeping an eye, real close eye on this SYTA in case it takes out 6 again. Could have a run. Piers. I used to see this one a lot, and it's a very cheap one. It used to be cheap. Yeah, very cheap one. And up in these levels here was an all-time high, as I recall. Very cheap, cheap, cheap stock for making all-time highs in the 7 level, as I recall. Yeah, I didn't mention Google or anything like that. Obviously, they had earnings after hours yesterday. If I type it in right, I'm sure I'll get the symbol. Yeah, so it had earnings after hours yesterday. Ad revenue way up. I mean, everybody calls the 3 to 4 hour the power hour. I mean, things can really happen then. Stocks that were really active during the day, then they can maybe pause for quite a few hours, and then from 3 to 4 they can start to run and continue into after hours. There's no hard and fast rule. A lot of times, and I haven't done too many in the last little while, I've been too busy doing other things, but a lot of times, if I'm going to take an after hours trade, I'll be watching a stock that was pretty active during the day, and then in the last hour it starts to move and it closes near the high. It doesn't have to be right at the high, closes at the high, and then I'll probably wait about 5 minutes to see what sort of post-market reaction there is, and then if it starts to move, that is when sometimes I'll take a trade like that. Okay. I do see Pet V right here. Pet V right here. And a pop. Yeah, I mean, we have been in like small cap explosion the last 2 days, guys. And we were seeing so many of these little guys out of nowhere with really no news, and they just pop. You're asking why? I don't know. Some other trading room or guru or whatever puts out a tweet of some sort. All we try to do is maybe just take advantage of the middle 2/3 of any sort of a move. Yeah, ENPH, man, oh man, this really put a shot in the arm to many of the solar plays today. ENPH, big after hours move. You can see it right there. That's that mauve area. Big after hours move on earnings. Continued this morning and continuing once the market opened. Almost at its all-time high now. Yeah, typically, you're right, Tony. I mean, the only way a stock, as we mentioned before, the only way a stock can have these insane percentage moves, I mean, they're generally speaking probably under 20 million in the float. I don't have a filter here that ensures that they are, but they just are. All right, SYTA trying to come back a little bit here. Still have my, see if it comes back. There's a big bottoming tail, so the sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers are in somewhat control. All right, I'm just waiting for Steve to let me know that he wants to start in YouTube, and then I'll exit and take my break. Let me get my announcement in first. So what was the other one? That Agri. I know Agri took a bit of a hit, but let's see if it's coming back also. Agri. Looks a little bit like the SYTA, doesn't it? When you see the topping tails and bottoming tails. Again, this is one that later on in the day, it's kind of resting a little bit. But if you start getting the volume to come back, look at these big volume bars. You start getting the volume coming back, getting traders interested again. You never know what can happen. 11.5 million in the float. So that's why it's good maybe to put, price alerts. So the way I do it, I'll put a price alert, and if I get the alert, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I want to see, okay, number one, what's the pattern it's coming from? But probably more important to me is what sort of volume was it? I don't want to get into something that, yeah, I get a price alert, and there's just no enthusiasm behind it. All right, Steve, I see you there. So have fun for your 1 hour stint. I'll stop my streaming in YouTube right now. All right, Steve, I see you there. So have fun for your 1 hour stint. Stop my streaming in YouTube right now.
My 1 hour stint. Indeed, Barry, it is a 1 hour stint. Happy to give you a break. I'm happy to put me on mute. Happy to see that we did a smooth transfer as opposed to yesterday. I don't know what happened yesterday for you regulars. I guess we had a bit of a hiccup yesterday, but looks like we're good to go here. Looks like I can say welcome to my desktop and hello Iris, so I know you can hear me. All right, hello everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I don't know if I saw you guys talking about it or mentioning it, but this MCMJ is a SPAC, and Andy put it on my radar yesterday. So you could see it started getting a little bit of volume yesterday. Let's grab the pen for illustrative purposes. So, yeah, a little bit of action yesterday. A little bit of volume came in yesterday. But the point is, this is one of those SPAC shell companies. You never know what's going to happen with them, but coming off the heels of DWAC, which I missed entirely. One, because I didn't want to chase. I was also on vacation. So this kind of action is fresh in people's minds right now. And MCMJ, who knows? It could come to life as one of those shell company SPACs that starts with a net asset value around $10, which it has been doing for a few months. But all of a sudden, the footprints in the sand and the volume are telling us that interest is coming into this thing. So I did buy some in my other account, mirrored it here in the sim count. I'm actually long in 2 different accounts. But we'll see. Seems like a pretty decent risk-reward ratio. If nothing comes of it, it kind of falls back to my entry price. Hello, David. Hello, Edward. Hello, Ignacio. Ignacio is asking about PSXP AI trade. PSXP. Let's take a look. Okay, so looks like this was a long, and you know, I'll kind of break into what I talk a lot about on my segments, my Wednesday stint, as Barry called it. So this is our suggested AI stop, and it looks like it's getting close to it. Let's look at the daily chart as well, see what's going on over there. Ooh, big reversal in the daily chart. I don't really care for that. Looks like it happened. Boy, it happened after the AI bought too. It had a nice spike and then reversed. Here's what I don't like about it now, Ignacio, is this is my signal line, this 10-period simple moving average, and I use this as my decision tree. So if a candle on my 15-minute chart closes below the signal line, this is where buyers should have stepped in and bought right there, but they didn't. We got a closing candle. We got 4, 5, 6 closing candles now below my momentum line. That's my nickname for it, the momentum line. So the momentum didn't hold. Matter of fact, it reversed. So I'm not a fan of that daily chart, the way the candle is a giant wick. And I'm not a fan in the way it broke the intraday 10-period moving average here. So, I mean, if you're still in it, you know, you're close enough to where if you wanted to risk it down here to the AI suggested stop, or maybe you used 39.20, maybe 39.18 as a stop, because I think if it breaks the prior candle here, it's just going to meander and continue to grind its way down. So, boy, that was really short-lived. It's too bad it didn't hold, but it seems to have kind of done an about face and changed its tune there, Ignacio. What is the symbol? Oh, IRS, I think you're referring to the SPAC MCMJ, Meridia Merger Corp. Nothing but a shell. Nothing but a developmental stage company formed for the purposes of effecting a merger or a capital stock exchange, which is what these SPACs, special P acquisition company. Can't remember what the P stands for. Special purpose. If you ever saw The Jerk, you'd get that one. So now I'm in this MCMJ, and I'm happy because it exploded, and I'm happy because it seems to be trying to hold on, but now I'm going to be monitoring this trade using that 10 SMA and really try and see if we can keep the price in the 15-minute time frame here above that momentum line. We'll see. Nothing but a gamble. But my gamble, again, was predicated on that DWAC, that new social media platform that used this SPAC to go public. And I've never really seen a stock go from 13 to 174 in a day and a half. What it does tell me, though, is that a day and a half is really what my plan will be for this thing. See, sometimes when these things get going, a day and a half is all you're going to get. And in this particular, there was day one. Day two was very early, and boy, it gave it up there. So that second day, the reason I like to stay in for a second half day on these big momentum plays is because, you know, people that might, let's assume it does have a good day today, this MCMJ might not, and it closes on highs, and then people come in tomorrow and chase it tomorrow, and it's nice to be the seller of something you own to the people who were chasing it. So yeah, I'll tell you what, I do have plans for DWAC. You can see I do have a price alert in here, kind of eyeballing a possible touch of the 10-day moving average down there. So I'm using a Trade Ideas price alert. Maybe it comes tomorrow, maybe it comes today, maybe it comes Friday, I don't know. But if this DWAC comes down and touches that 10-day moving average, I might nibble a little bit just to see if there's a bounce. Again, that's the momentum line using the daily time frame. So I use that same simple 10 simple moving average on the daily and on the intraday to help me make decisions. You know, Tony got the jerk reference. All right, special purpose. Edward, I am new. Welcome. searching for new perspectives and additional education. Well, Edward, I can just say that these noon Eastern support sessions are a great way to accomplish that, because we got 5 different personalities, 6 if you include Barry all day long, but we've got 5 or 6 different personalities that'll come in here and kind of give him a break on the afternoon, and you can learn different things from different people. I tuned into Chris yesterday at his closing session. He does 3:30 to 4:30 on this same channel, which has been a pretty good addition to help us in support, because we can just send people right over. And he didn't know I was listening, but I heard him in there, and he was kind of fielding the same question. You know, what's the best way to trade? How did you learn? What book did you read? And Chris said it really wasn't one thing. It was just a bouquet of listening to Steve talk about that 10-period simple moving average and buying on the pullbacks, and listening to Andy talk about relative strength, and listening to Sean talk about options, and listening to Michael talk about, you know, auto trading. It became a complete compilation of a lot of different inputs that helped Chris, you know, who's been doing this for a few years now and working for us, also get to where he is in his trading. So there's no one right answer for that, Edward, but, you know, when you come to my sessions, you're going to hear me just over and over really talk a lot about moving averages. You know, the 10-period moving average is my favorite. I'm pulled up the very first AI trade, which is a short in Fiserv, okay? And this is kind of what you'd want to see if you're short, okay? You're in the money now, but look what's coming down and looming. This is the one thing that I would say, and I'll share my chart settings with you so you can get a head start. But when we have something that's heading downward and then decides to go sideways like this, usually this 10 SMA is going to be the moment in time that really forces the issue. So I fully expect, if I'm a short seller holding this and waiting for more, I fully expect this moving average to push the price back down to new lows. If it doesn't, if the price decides to pop back up and close, not trade, but again, very important, close, so every 15 minutes we'll see if it closes. If we get a closing candle back above this declining momentum line here, I'm out of the trade. It's as simple as that. You can just forget about the AI suggested stop. This is the suggested stop, and it comes on the heels of us and everybody around here seeing and trying to remind people that the AI is good for getting you into trades. It selects a moment in time, a stock symbol, and an entry price. But beyond that, the human being is a much better manager of risk, because as things change, look at what's happened here since the AI called this out over an hour ago. We've got that momentum line that we can now lean on and key off of. So we'll come back to this in a little while and see if that Fiserv went to brand new lows. And that's what we want it to do, because this is a short trade and it's underpinned. It's pinned under this momentum line here. So let's see how that resolves itself. That would be the first place I think I could probably try to help you, Edward. And as I promised, I will share my chart with you. So I will just put on the SPYs. Check in on those guys, and I will save and share the configuration for my chart. So I'm going to drop that cloud code into the chat room, and you guys, chat window, and you guys can use that. All right, there you go. I will also use that that momentum line many times when trying to gauge. Perfect example is going to be the SPYs here. All right, let's say we were long the SPYs here for a couple days. All right, you're a swing trader and you just decided, hey, I'm going to be long the market. Well, at what point do you decide to get out and take your profits? Well, again, I'm going to show you another method that I use. It's not another method, it's the same method, but another scenario, okay? So the scenario is, let's say you're long from the SPYs, and look at that. They've just been holding. A little bit of a mess there, but you decide to stay in, and you got this gap open. If I was long the SPYs on this day, I would have been waiting for this moving average to catch up, and the moment I see a closing candle below that moving average, I'm going to take my profit. So what I'm saying here is I can use this momentum line from my profitable trades to tell me when it's probably time to get out the momentum is done. There's the signal candle. The candle to the left of it pierced it, but popped back up and didn't close below, so that would not have sufficed. But the minute we get a candle that gives up and closes the candle below my momentum line, you can see would have saved a lot of anguish, at least in that short term. So I will use that method as well for taking profits on trades that are working, because that is what signals to me the slowing down and the death of momentum. All right. Tony, could you please go over BENE? Rumor it's related to DWAC. All right, so let's see. Is this also a SPAC? Benny and the Jets. Looks like it was a SPAC, and the rumor drove it higher, but it's right back down close to its net asset value. However, that's just the story. What is the footprint in the sand? What does the chart say? Well, if I zoom in a little bit here, we can see the moving averages started to fan out with that momentum that we did have in sympathy with DWAC last week. It's given it all back, but, I mean, if you can see it, you see it? You see where it found support? The 10-day moving average. So that's why I use that momentum line on the 15 and the daily. It shows me that if buyers really are serious about jumping back in and supporting this thing, that's the level at which they're going to do it. And rumors are rumors. The chart has to confirm the story. I should trademark that. I came up with that last year. A lot of stories out there. This has been quite a year for stocks and their stories, whether it's AMC, GameStop, what have you, small caps. But does the chart confirm the story? Because the worst thing you can do is get totally married to the story and then watch the chart just break down technical level after technical level. And in the back of your mind, you're scared to sell it because you're so in love with the story. You know the minute you sell it that the trading gods are going to punish you and rip it and force you to chase it to get back in. I've been there. I've been through every single scenario known to trading in 25 years. So your question is really, go over the rumor is related to. The only thing I would say is related to is it's the same thing as what I'm in down here, this MCMJ. It's an acquisition. It's a SPAC. It's a shell company. So we want to see continued momentum. Now, I was not surprised to see DWAC go a day and a half. Some of you regulars, David, you probably heard me say it before. When something is really moving, I mean screaming, a day and a half is about the most I trust it. Because if you can sit through that whole day and get rewarded with a close on highs, you're going to have all the evening, all the people, the message boards, the chat rooms, the gurus, they're going to be chasing that thing the following day. And those momentum plays never really seem to make it past lunchtime. And that's assuming you don't have a gap. If you have a large gap up, I would just take that gap on the opening. So day and a half, day and a quarter, that's, the most. So if this thing does get going, MCMJ, it could very well do, this MCMJ could very well do what we just looked at, BENE. A lot of hype that didn't really have anything or any teeth behind it. But as long as it stays above those key lines, I'm just going to let it work today, see how it works itself out. Ideally, this thing runs and closes at highs, and then maybe I can sell it tomorrow, early or midday, for a profit. Exactly. Sometimes they don't even make it past breakfast, depending upon what coast you're on. I'm on the West Coast. So usually they make it past breakfast. So hopefully that answered your question, Tony. It's only similar in that it is a acquisition company, a SPAC, but it's the same exact reason why I took a shot down here at 10:03, 10:04. I don't know, the mirror has it at 05, but I'm in at 03. We'll see what happens. What is DWAC doing? Let's look at the internet. It's just winding back and forth. Again, I'm only going to concern myself with DWAC if this price alert goes off. If this price alert goes off, I might jump in a few hundred. We'll see what happens. Or maybe not too many, because it's probably take a half. I would probably take a half size, a starter size, just to get it on the radar. And if it goes past me a little bit, then it bounces and comes back up, and then it feels like there's support, then maybe you add to it and you get your full load. All right, Iris. Yes, we got DWAC. Edward. I am a very good stock picker, have done well, but I need better entry and exit strategies. Okay. So as far as the exit strategies goes, Edward, hopefully you were listening, because that's what I was really just talking a lot about, especially in that example of SPY. If you were in SPY, when would you have gotten out? Getting out yesterday at this signal candle right there. So the first candle that closes below my 15-minute 10 SMA is my get out and take profit candle. Of course, it's going to be the exact opposite for shorts. Speaking of, let's check in on Fiserv. All right, it's a grinder. I mean, it's not collapsing, but as long as it stays below the short sell, as long as the short sell stays below my 10 SMA, that is my signal to stay in the trade. My signal to get out of the trade is the first candle that closes above that declining momentum line. That tells me the momentum is dying. So that takes care of the exits. You know, your question on entry, well, those can be a little bit more complicated. There's many different ways to take entries. I almost called CLNE this week as the trade of the week, and it's not working out. But one of the reasons I liked it was this candle right here. Okay, this is natural gas stations, energy fuel. That was a beautiful bottom tail. There's probably some sort of a name for that in candlestick land. But after you see 4 or 5 days of selling and then that zip down and up reversal right there at that 20-day moving average, that was interesting to me. So this was almost the trade of the week, and this green candle would have been the Monday trade of the week. And now it's just giving it all back. So that's unfortunate, but that's one way in which we can look for a nice entry. Some of the other ones that I like are, you know, like consolidation. Trade of the week 3 weeks ago was XLF, and XLF was consolidating nicely here, very nicely above the moving averages, you know, a lot of back and forth, but showing signs of health above all moving averages. I call that trading in clean air. And then it took off. Well, it didn't. It gapped up. It gave us a little bit of a scare. Then it took off. But notice again, here's another great example of that candle. After a couple days of sell-off, that candle was a nice signal that that bottoming tail could have brought people into this trade, the financials. Offhand, I don't know if I can think of a really good, let me see if I can find one here in some of these also rans. So we had that one. What did CVE do? Well, again, I'm looking at these daily charts. I'm going to go through a couple of natural gas stocks, and I like the way they're just kind of consolidating above their moving average, but they're not going anywhere. They're just kind of making a lot of noise, which is annoying. DHT, I think this is a shipper. Okay, that one failed as well. See, all of these consolidation plays used to be really, really good. They used to go, but now it's like pulling teeth getting some of these consolidation plays to go. It's like they fake you out and then they just fail. So right now, you know, I'm more interested in, you know, contrarian type plays, things that have sold off and maybe have put in a nice bottoming candle, and you see where we go from there. Just looking at a couple more of these energy plays that looked good over the weekend, and I'm just checking in with them now. Okay, so here's a good one. Let me just go backwards in time. Okay, look at this beautiful sideways action on a stock that's uptrending. Stock, for the most part, has held my 10-day moving average, except for here. But the last 5-6 days, look at that, just held. I call that like a bird in the hand. It's just sitting there waiting to take flight. So when you see consolidation like this, you almost have to anticipate the trade. Or you would just come in and right-click and, you know, create a price alert, and that price alert becomes your entry signal. Okay, so maybe you buy 1/3, like I mentioned earlier. I call that a starter position, just to get it on your radar and get your blood going a little bit and make sure you're keeping an eye on it. Or if you don't want to keep an eye on it, don't want to play around with it, just come in and use the right click, create a price alert above the congestion here. And if it traded through, look at that. Boom. It didn't even give you a chance. It gapped up the following day. And now it looks like some of these energy plays are all giving it back at once. So bottoming tails, wicks, I like those. consolidation sideways into the moving averages. But I'll just leave you with this. It is so hard to get things to follow through these days. They just don't want to break out and then bring in the cavalry and just have everybody start chasing it and turning into a momentum trade. It seems like the algorithms or the quant funds, they get a hold of it and they tease you, they break it out, and then it gets slammed back down, which is kind of, again, what happened with the trade of the week this week. Inbox broke out and then reversed. What I'm hoping for on the trade of the week here in box is, and this is the write-up in the email, it needs to hold this red moving average, the 20-day moving average, which I also affectionately refer to as the backstop. So what I'm needing the backstop to do here is hold and look at the bottom of today's candles right on that red line. That's it. If we close below today's lows, that trade should be taken off. There was the fake out candle, broke through, triggered. So a lot of this stuff that looks like it wants to go, once it breaks through, the sellers get a hold of it like a dog with a chew toy and they just kind of shake it. And it's very hard to trust a lot of those right now. So that's why I trust more of the washout stuff. Which, by the way, let's load I have a scan for something that looks for those washout candles. Let's see if it has anything interesting. Today's history. We've got a lot in there. Dan. Okay, so let's play with this for some of the newer people. How did I configure to have trade ideas show me something that has these bottoming tail candles? How did I do that? Okay, so let's take a configure look here, look under the hood. My event, in this case, because it is an event-based alert, it's not a scan, it's an event-based alert, is a new 5-minute high. However, that new 5-minute high has to have gone through some stuff before I see it. All right, the first thing here is the EPS filter. That's just filtering out ETFs. I don't want any ETFs. They don't have earnings, so that filter negates them. Change from the close. I want to see something that's no more than 0.1% above yesterday's close. So I'm seeing things that hopefully have bounced, or not bounced, have dropped precipitously in the morning and then bounced right back up, making new 5-minute highs. But it had to have done it with these two key features right here. Let's start with today's range. Today's range is a minimum of 100. So if we look at every candle, if we look at Dan back in our history, we can see that Dan has some small candles and it has some larger candles. So we can equate the range from a 0 to 100. And accordingly, the personality of the daily width, the length between the low and the high of Dan, is going to be assigned a value. And so if I put a minimum 100, that's going to say, hey, this needs to be at the highest end of the average range that this particular stock shows. So minimum 100, that's just saying I need a long candle. So this complements that candle, the position in that range. So today's range is a full 100 minimum. That's just pretty much almost off the charts. But the position, in other words, where are we making a new 5-minute high? I'm only going to see the new 5-minute high at the 95th percentile, 95% above the low of that long candle. And so that is how we would ideally start to see bottoming tails and bottoming candles. Let's go through and see if we see some other ones. That's not bad. Some of these might have a lot of green in them, but you know, they've got a long candle, they've bounced down and back up, and now we can identify these could be things to keep our eyes on for possible entries for swing trading. Again, just to remind you, I'm not a scalper, I'm a swing trader. So I'm looking for things that are a nice chart, maybe sold off. Look at this. So this one probably ran all these stops down here. Everybody that was along this thing ran all the stops, and it looked even better. Let's talk about this. The first candle of the day. This is the money candle right here. This is where the algorithms come in and shake the traders or the positioner investors upside down and see who has the loose change coming out of their pockets, or shaking the trees to see which low-hanging fruit gets spooked and falls off. And I like to see that in the morning because that tells me that this was an algo hunt. And the algo hunt makes sense because it came right down here to that 50-day moving average, and now it's popping back up. Not a bad consideration for a swing trade. But again, this is why I will tell you guys, do not give your broker a good till canceled order for a market stop loss sell, because they can see them. That's where Robinhood makes their money. That's where Schwab and E-Trade and Ameritrade, that's where they all make their money now. They sell that order flow, and they sell your little prized area of pain to Citadel and Virtue and all the big guys. And once Citadel and Virtue can see a plot graph of this is everybody's point of pain right down here. Everybody's got these stop loss orders down here in this area. Well, if we slam the stock down hard on the open, it's going to trigger all these sell stops, and then it can create a reversal where, you know, they probably take advantage of that reversal. So first candle in the morning is usually going to be the best for this thing. There's an old, hang on a second here. I can't get my clicker back. There we go. So first candle in the morning. Let's see if there's any others in here that have the first candle in the morning. No, but again, every time I look at one of these, we're looking at this candle today to see if it's got any bottoming tails to it. Same one, MP, that's a new one. Ooh, that's juicy. Look at that. Look at all these people. If they didn't get stopped out yesterday, they sure got washed out today. And it looks like it, yeah, here's the opening down here. It took an hour, but it ran the stops down there and popped back up. That's an interesting entry right now. So back to the question about entries and exits. I don't trust those ones that consolidate and then try to break out because they just pop their head out and fail. I'm more inclined to trust ones that have been washed out and wiped out, and then we can use a candle like this to kind of lean on and then take a position. So if I were to buy this position right now for a swing trade, first thing I'm going to do is say, all right, let's go to the 15-minute. This needs to hold. This needs to start pushing the price back up. All right, so a lot of answers there, but the question really stemmed from Edward. You know, better entries and better exits. Edward, this is something that is very contrarian in nature, and I feel like the contrarian stuff is working best right now. So, and I know Iris wants a copy, and anybody else wants a copy. We'll save and share and copy. And washout bounce is right there. All right. Does it happen more slowly on large caps? It might, Robert, it might, because there's bigger floats on those. The smaller the float, the quicker that's going to happen. It's very hard to see something like that on Facebook or Apple or Microsoft. They're going to be more of a grind. You know, maybe it's going to take the full hour of the morning to really shake people out. But that shaking of the trees, that good till canceled stop loss order that you hand over to your broker, you're literally putting money in your broker's pocket by giving them that information, because that information is very valuable. So I will never ever use good till canceled stops overnight. And let's say I'm coming in, and Andy and I have done this once we started recognizing this, we started doing this, and it paid off. Let's say we come in the position, oh boy, it looks like it's going to open close to our stop. I bet you anything, once that bell rings, they're going to probably try and jam it down the throats and then bounce it back up. And we got stopped out of so many trades letting that happen to us that we literally said, you know what? Let's just see what happens if we pull our stop for the first 20 minutes. And I'm not lying. More often than not, pulling that stop and not letting them have that information anymore kept us in a good trade. It was a bit unnerving, to say the least, of course, watching the big red candle blast through your level of, pain. But usually those were short-lived, and they'd pop back up. And then once it did that, once it put in that first 15-minute candle, and maybe it popped back up halfway, okay, now I'm more comfortable using the bottom of that horrible opening candle. I'll use the bottom of that candle as my new stop loss. and I might even put it in there, or I just might use a price alert and mentally use the price alert as my stop loss. But it's amazing how much damage can be done in just a day or two on a candle like that. MP is very interesting. All right, Robert, been looking at 3D technology for an entry. Okay, let's look at this. So my first observation when I pull up a chart is, where is it in relation to the 50-day moving average? The 50-day moving average is in blue for me. Any stock that's above its 50-day moving average is healthy. I'm going to assume Tesla is above its 50-day moving. Tesla's above all of its moving averages. But DDD, on the other hand, has been snaking up and then back down and then back up and then back down. What I don't like about DDD right here is 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts in the last week to get back above the 50-day and post a closing candle above there have been rejected. So to me, this one's kind of guilty until proven innocent. And then here's this 200-day moving average as well. You can see it came into play very much so there, very much so there. So let's, and I'm going to say very much so there on the upside. So this 200-day moving average now seems to kind of be the pivot level. Again, it was support here, and it was almost resistance today, on that high spike that we had today. So this down here is just kind of a big mess to me. What would get me excited about DDD is if it can find a way to close and get a candle to close back above that 200-day. So maybe back above 30 might be interesting. Buying it down here, it's just a guess, and you're under the moving averages, or you're under the main moving average. And so I like to get back above the 50 and have that be my barometer of general health. It's like taking the blood pressure of a patient. And intraday, it's still looking kind of sloppy. Holding for trend, short-term trend. Yeah, so yeah, that's how I would approach triple D there. Wait for a close back above. Maybe 29 if you wanted to get, an early start, but you can see every time it gets above 29, it keeps getting rejected. So if it can get back above 29 and then hold, maybe it can give you an early signal. But right now, it's guilty until proven innocent on all time frames. So I'd be careful. Do I have any insight on what you're saying and how it would apply to large caps? Robert, a lot of these things are going to apply whether they're large caps or small caps. The thing is the small caps and the low floats, they're just going to move a lot faster. They're going to be a lot trickier. They're going to be race cars, whereas the big caps are going to be more like oil tankers. Okay, so here's Apple. Interesting kind of a scenario in Apple setting up. It got below its 50-day moving average, lost its general health, and then 5-6 days ago it closed above the 50. Now it's moving sideways along above the 50, and look what's coming up underneath it, the 10-day moving average. Apple has earnings tomorrow. So that would be a tough one. What's probably going to happen is Apple's probably just going to stay in this range here, and then the earnings are going to dictate which direction it goes from there. But when I see a chart like that, if it doesn't have earnings coming up, well, then the technical 10-day moving average could start to force the issue higher. That could be a decent setup there. And if it did go, well, then you've got all the way up here to 157 before you'd have any real resistance. So you'd have like a 7-point move maybe from 150 to 157. But all bets are off. Earnings are coming up. And if you haven't noticed yet, I'm running a new version here. The new version is even giving us more information in the chart. If you don't have a single stock window that catches your eye, it's going to start to show up in our charts here to let you know you're within a week away of earnings, so be careful. What are the moving averages that you use? Okay, so we've talked about the 10 in dark. We've talked about the 20 in red, which is my backstop, which again, I'll go back to the trade of the week in box. The 20-day moving average, the backstop is going to have to hold. All right. Fortunately, for the moment, the low of the day is the 20-day moving average. So what I've seen a lot of is, and it happened, sucker the people in up here and then reverse it. but we have to have a level that makes sense if they're going to reverse it, that's going to have to hold. And that's why I affectionately call that red line, the 20-day moving average, the backstop. Because if the 10, which is the momentum line doesn't hold, that backstop line better darn well hold. Because if not, it's probably going to have a date with the 50, and I don't really want to stick around for that. I want to stay in stocks that are in motion, that are in momentum. There's one more moving average that I have not talked about, and it's on my 15-minute chart. Got some examples here. This blue line, this rolling blue line is kind of smoothed out. Look at how it's acted as a pivot level occasionally. All those levels of instances were where the sellers jumped in. Then it exploded through, triggered the trade of the week, got everybody along. And look at that. Then it became support. There, and there. Then we lost it. Then we lost it. Lost support right there. We can zoom in and see it a lot more definitively here. Support, 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 support. And then this candle lost it. And so I bring this up because somebody asked me about my moving averages, and I've gone through the daily ones, 10, 20, 50, and 200. I talk religiously about the 20-day, the 10-day moving average in our 15-minute chart, but this blue line is also there. And so this just really is a level of interest. It's the 5-day moving average is all it is. 5 days. 5 days worth of 15-minute candles. And the way you do that, if you have this chart that you took from me, you can see that it's a value of 130. So 130 15-minute candles equal a perfect 5-day moving average, looking at it, through the prism of a 15-minute time frame. And so this type of action, all the time I'll pay attention to. I'm like, God, I'm long this thing. Oh, this thing cannot get above this 5-day moving average. Okay, I might have to cut it, It just might help me make a decision depending upon where everything is. There's no one right or wrong thing to do when it touches it. If it pulls back to it, we expect it to act as support. If it breaks through, well, then if it pops back up, we might expect it to act as resistance. So those are the only moving averages I like. I'll skip forward. Yeah, any reason you use the 10, 20, and 50 versus others, like the 9 EMA. Some people use EMAs, exponential moving averages, which give more weighting to the current 3 or 4 most recent candles. I don't know, Robert. I've always just used the 10. I've looked at a couple others, but it just seems like for me, the 10 SMA is really the one that lines up best for me. Some people will use a 13 EMA, some people will use an 8 SMA. It's just whatever you feel works best for you. There's no one right or wrong way to do it. And again, these are just levels of interest, and these levels of interest help us manage our risk or make decisions. Let's check in with our first example that we talked about earlier on the short sell of Fiserv. Let's see, did Fiserv go to lows? What's going on over there? Oh, look at that. What a beautiful example. So when you're trading real money and you look down at your P&L and you see, oh boy, I'd love to take that $100. But the chart's telling me, just like I was telling you guys right back here, there might be more meat on that bone. And so one of the worst things a trader can do is get out of a good trade too soon, because we want to try and maximize these things. And so by looking at the sideways action and seeing that move coming down, you got to just sit on your hands, look away, hope that $100 can turn into $200 if you get what you hope to get right there. So continued action, which is nice. And, as a matter of fact, as the trade really starts to go in your direction, there's nothing wrong with maybe even taking off a third, because the more the price separates itself from this moving average, the more likely you are to have a mean reversion right around the corner where it's going to pop back up and test again. these things don't stay separated for too long. So use that separation from the moving averages to peel off a third here and there. That can help you. All right, let's revert backwards to Edward. He wanted to look at STEM, was his big mover today. Okay, let's look at the daily. So it cleared that level, and it also, yeah, it definitely cleared that level. So it's up here. I don't really see any major resistance other than this consolidation back here, which can start to come in and act on it at the current present levels. I will say anything that has run like a banshee for 3 days in a row, 1, 2, 3 green candles, I mean, as I was just saying, if you haven't peeled off a third by now, you might want to think about it, because, things don't last long. Earnings are not coming up. Maybe there's a news event. I know this is a stem cell stock, but even when you compare this particular move to its entire history chart here, you don't see a lot of those giant 3-day moves. So if you've been in this thing down here since the low 20s or mid 20s, if it were me, I'd be thinking about taking a little bit off at least. We've filled that gap from back here at 26.84. So perfect example. So I'm sitting here looking at the daily saying, oh boy, it's run a lot the last 3 days. But at the same time, we want to maximize our profits. That's when we look over here to the 15-minute. If this were me and I had a good profit in it, I would be using my exit rule. The moment STEM creates and closes a candle below the rising 10 SMA, that's going to be my out, because I think that will tell you that the momentum has in fact died. That's the best way I've been able to figure out when momentum is dying, using my 15-minute and my 10 SMA. But again, this thing's come from a long, big head fake down there, and then it reversed. It's hard to get any stock with any symbol to run 3 solid days with that much green. So I don't know what your position is. If you've got a really good profit, I'd lock some in, or maybe just wait for that first candle to close below the rising 10 SMA here, and that would give you some ammunition to put in your pocket. Da-da-da. The blue SMA not deviating much for a 5-day. It looks more like a 150. Well, remember, this is a 15-minute chart, and this literally is a 5-day moving average, because I'm using the 15-minute chart configuration, and I'm assigning 130 candles. So there's 130 periods. If you divide up all the 15-minute candles over 5 days, you're going to get 130. This was a trick that was taught to me by my friend Brian Shannon. And yeah, so maybe you were confusing that it looks so smoothed out that it's not a daily chart. And that's why I like it. It's a nice smooth moving average. Look at how it kind of caught stem a little bit back there, but it's a 15-minute time frame, not a daily. Right, yeah, I figured that's what it was. The blue line on my daily is very smoothed out as a 50. All right. Looks like this MCMJ might just do a complete round trip on us. Oh, and it did what we don't want to see. Okay, so there's the... Well, actually, this candle just started drawing. It's not closed yet, but if this was the closing candle, then I might just, put all my hopes and dreams aside in MCMJ and say it might be doing, kind of what that BENE did earlier. Gave it a good shot and then pulled back. We'll see. Again, it hasn't closed yet. My rule is I'd like to see it close before I decide, what this thing's really doing or not doing. All right, I'll be with you guys for another 10 minutes or so. We can look at any chart you want. And we looked at PXP already, that one. Well, that's a very unusual case. I don't see it very often where it did close below and then it got its momentum back, but it's doing it on decreasing volume, so I don't know how much I'd trust it. Don't see that too often. I'm just looking for examples, you know, to kind of just continue to tout. Okay, so here's an example of where that short sell, that was the moment of truth right there where the price should have gone to a new low, but it didn't. So there's two little doji candles right there closing stubbornly, not going lower. So that's probably a good out. And then as you can see, the price is drifting higher since that if we had used that as a signal candle. Here's an example of a long that the AI called out that started below the 10 SMA. All right, so that one had to get going early. It had to get a candle closed above that moving average early because, as you can see, it hasn't been able to do so. And so now it's just kind of grinding under pressure. A lower, you know, if you were in that trade, we'd need to see that. So that's my method, you guys. I try to keep it as simple as possible. There's so many ways you can complicate this stuff and create overanalysis paralysis and be unable to make, you know, decisions and consistent decision processes. But there's no one right way to do it. I trade nothing like Barry does. Barry is a great scalper, and he's got a good feel for those stocks in the news, those stocks in motion, the low floaters, the short squeezers. He's got a great feel for, you know, buying them after hours, you know, and trading after hours and doing well too. I don't do any of that stuff. So the point is, there's no one right way to do any of this. And, you know, if you come in and listen to us talk every day, you're going to have a different person on here. I would say on Friday, Andy is most like myself in terms of his method and how he trades and what he looks for. He actually was just lamenting to me on the back channel here about this MCMJ. Couldn't hold, you know, it was looking like it wanted to, but it just, now it's like, okay, well, maybe it's just not going to work. And maybe that big, ugly reversal will just mean nothing. We'll see. All right, Ignacio's got a question. What do you do when the AI tells you to go long, but the price is below? Yeah, so on that one example, I mean, I probably wouldn't even take that trade. But the question is, well, what do you do when that happens? And I would probably not take that trade. I would pull this up. Let me click on that. And I'd say, oh, okay, well, PERI had a massive day yesterday. It looks like the momentum kind of broke right here and here. And now the AI is telling me to get in with this moving average. I would be probably suspect from the beginning. I probably wouldn't take it. But, you know, if you're auto trading it, you don't have a choice. You're going to get into it. So once you're in it, you're literally cheering and hoping for a close above this moving average. And so far, we didn't get it. That's kind of disappointing right there, actually. This candle, that candle attempted to get above and was rejected. Now it looks like we're going to try again. So that's probably your out. Forget what the AI suggests. We have all this new data now. We're under the momentum line. It's trying again. Maybe it will. But now what we can do is we can look at these last two candles and say, all right, if it doesn't get through, this is my out. That would be my adjusted out if I was trading that stock. But it's a good question. You know, I expect to see trades that the AI spits out above the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart, not below. Spiders are just grinding, doing nothing. All of the value was in the earnings yesterday of Google and whoever else it was. I forgot. Microsoft, Google, Twitter. So the tech stocks are kind of holding up the NASDAQ today. What's Twitter doing? Twitter's not in that Twitter's not in that group, but Microsoft probably should be. They had good earnings. Yeah, they really are. Oh, wow. Hey, what's the first thing you guys notice here? Hey, I bought Microsoft into earnings. Yay, it gapped up. When do I sell it? Got pretty darn close right there, didn't we? But did we get a candle close below the 10 SMA? No, we didn't. So what does that give us? It gives us extra profits to work with. Beautiful example. So whoever asked me, why don't you use the 9 or the other? I see this too much. I see it too often to make me even want to think about changing to a different time. Do you guys still hear me? Let me know if you still hear me. I was getting kind of a spinning wheel there. Looks like we still have my feed. Okay, so if we still have my feed, Edward Football. I had just been looking for, just been looking for value that I believed was undervalued and waiting for the markets to catch up, although I always have some speculative trades. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Edward. Okay, thank you guys. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion or a story or something along the lines of undervalue and things like that. But for me, the chart has got to confirm that story. The chart has got to confirm your thesis. And when you get both of those things in line, that's when, yeah, good stuff can happen. Robert, do you think you could share with me your swing scans and that bounce scan? Well, the bounce scan was in there. The swing scan, this is the A table, and this is really just a scan that looks for things that have a lot of short float in them. And one by one, I just have to go through, and I still have to, use my own discretion as to which ones I like. And as I said earlier, some of these breakouts, they just don't really seem to be working. I'm happy to share this A table with you. We didn't really go over this much. It's a top list scan, but it's got a lot of ideas in there that could have a possible short squeeze. I think the one that I handed out earlier, the washout bounce, is always an interesting one, but especially now because the way the market's trading, it's just not rewarding people buying breakouts. It's rewarding taking a chance after a sell-off and a reversal. So if I load that, AGC was the last one to come through. Look at that candle, pretty big reversal. So I'll share this one as well. Copy. There's the washout bounce. RSI did I cover the RSI divergence scan? Where is that? Do I have one of those? RSI divergence? I don't think I have one. No, I don't have the RSI. Well, so if you saw that someplace, I don't have a copy of that one. I think that sounds like Michael Noss. Let's see if it's the Market Explorer. RSI divergence. Okay, so this is a new window. It's called the Market Explorer. If you don't have it, it will be in the new version that comes out as soon as we have it available for you. I'm just not quite sure who has it and who doesn't, but new. So these are like pre-canned strategies that Michael Noss has been working on. And so you go to server window and you'd say daily RSI divergence, and it'll give you a list of all these stocks that are doing divergence in RSI. And I believe he said it's on the daily. So basically the RSI divergence, let's pull up an RSI and put it in the indicator there and see if it makes any sense, because I don't know a whole lot about it. Okay, now I see what he's looking at. So here, got just a couple minutes here. We'll end on this before we bring Barry back in. So price makes a new low right here. RSI does not make a new low along with it. So you start to get that higher low in the RSI with the lower low in the price. And that's sometimes an interesting setup for a move higher or a bounce or an exhausted down move, oversold. Okay, here is what it looks like it's seeing on this one. There's the old low, here's the new low, but look, the RSI is not making new lows. So this is what we call RSI divergence. Now again, you can get to this scan by going to new, if it's available. I'm not quite sure if it's available yet. Market Explorer, Market TIQ. Essentially, those of you who know about the RBI, GBI windows, this is the same kind of thing. Here we are, the premium RBI, GBIs. This is the same kind of a thing. It's a pre-canned server scan that's been created. There's no configuration really that you can do. So Michael has started off with a few of them, the 8 and the 20 cross on gappers. That's a crossing play that Barry talks about in his room, the daily RSI divergence, which is what you just asked about. I did not create the RSI. These are all Michael's. There's Michael's TI strength alerts, bear flag, bull flags. So these are some new ideas coming in. And again, I'm going to close this. All you have to do is go to new and look for Market Explorer. And you'll have access to the menu using that server window. And you can choose. You can only do one at a time, I believe. You might have to open a second Market Explorer window. All right, guys, let me just see if there's any last questions. I did not create that. Perfect. Can you, no, there's not much you can do with a symbol list on the Market Explorer. Can I point it to my own symbol list? No, you can't. It would be just spitting out like the RBI, GBIs. I have it, but you have to download the beta version. Okay, Pamela says, I have it, but you have to download the beta version. So if you go to our website on the download page, Ben, Market Explorer is in fact new, and you need to get the beta version, but under the new menu, if you come down here, Market Explorer, TIQ, there's the shell, and then you can just point to, let's see if we can do more than one. No, it looks like it's only one at a time. Can we open a second Market Explorer window? Yes, we can. So we could do daily RSIs in one and whatever you want in the other. But that's the limited menu that you have to work with right now. All right, let me turn my RSI off. But hopefully that helped. Hopefully that whole hour helped you guys. I have no idea, Yash, which one you should buy. Then you want to sell in 3 hours. I would be a fortune teller to try and tell you that. But I can tell you that the more you hang out, the more you start to see things, the more you start to learn from different people, you can start to formulate your own strategy. We're not really necessarily a stock picking service, other than, of course, the AI, which gives us ideas in the mornings. Usually there's that Fiserv continuing to go lower. So staying in that trade using that 10 SMA was a good risk management process. All right, guys, I'm going to bring Barry back in. Thank you, guys. The hour always does fly by when we've got a lot to talk about, and you guys have a lot to talk about. That's good. I can't help you there on that one, Yash. I don't have anything to say to that one. I'm sorry. Thank you, Al. Thank you, David. The Trade of the Week webinar will resume next Tuesday. We got a lot to talk about because we've been off for a few weeks. And I already kind of know what I'm going to help talk about on next Tuesday, so don't miss that one. Yeah, just stick around, Yash. Listen to Barry. Listen to some of us. You'll get some ideas of what looked good. But, yeah, I can't run out there and say buy this. All right, Barry says he's back in, so I'm going to go ahead and duck out and say thank you all, and I'll see you next Wednesday. Bye.
All right, guys. I don't know if you can hear me on YouTube now, if Steve is gone. So if you guys can hear me in YouTube, we've been all over. Okay, we've been all over the SYTA, and now the Agri. If the Agri can take out that 6 with any sort of a gusto, look out. I'm not in the KTTA, no. I'm concentrating on the Agri. Yeah, Yash, I don't know if he answered you. Yeah, I don't know how he answered you, but I mean, there's no way in the world we can know a stock that 3 hours from now you'll make money on it. Or tomorrow. Agri, guys, AGRI, I mean, it is getting so close. Again, pull up a chart and you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's had this little uptick here. Pre-market, not pre-market, but highs were up at 721. So yeah, the little robots in the background, that's the noise you hear. Cleaning up the house. Like a good little robot. And just as an aside, guys, if just a minute. If you've been sitting on the fence about getting a little robot to clean, they're awesome. They are awesome. All right, guys, just come on. Here we go. Oh my goodness, guys! I mean, this is almost textbook. I mean, you got to trade it though. You got to trade it. Don't think just because I'm saying that the next high was way up here at 717 that it's going to get there. But again, you guys were in YouTube, but you know what I was saying is that the Agri was just resting here. The SYTA was going crazy. I suggested that you put an alert around that 560 mark and see if it takes it out as the SYTA was going down. SYTA, sorry, was going down. And again, I don't know where this is going, but man, another low float, 11.5 million in the float. The other one was even less. I think it was 3 million. SYTA was 3 million in the float. 4 million, 4.5 million in the float. It's not a Roomba, actually, it is a shark. My friends at Best Buy. One big few. Let's see. I mean, these are the days, we have to take advantage of these little low floaters that are sustaining themselves, as opposed to, again, I'm just saying this for the YouTube people because I don't think they heard me. You know, what we had seen a lot, but yesterday we saw a first glimpse of it. We'd see a stock like this, like an SYTA, it would do this, and then it would do this, and then it would sit here all day and just drift down, okay? We're in a, you know, I mean, for 2 days, obviously 2 days is not a market make, but we're starting to see some of these plays that, yeah, they pull back and then they just scream ahead again. So, and that's what happened with the Agri and the SYTA. I can't remember the names of them, but probably about 3 or 4 of them yesterday, all these low float stocks. But a lot of times, you know, they have the pop and then they just give it up and that's it. But we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm for these. Yeah, I'm not so enamored with the DWAC, okay? I mean, to me, this is just kind of a guess, up and down, up and down. Not that, you know, I'm not saying that the Agri and the SYTA, I mean, you could argue that anything is kind of a guess. But to me, this is just a roll of dice. Just not really interested. Yeah, this is up. Yes, perfect circle, but this is very different. I mean, what we're talking about is something that popped up, pulled back, rested, and then moved. You know, this hasn't done that. I mean, yes, it's up 34% now, but where do you get in? You know, what I'd be waiting for on this is, in fact, this looks more like a short now. Not shortable for me at trade at Interactive Brokers. You know, I get these two big, huge topping tails on the 15. Oh, I know it's a low float, but just because they're low floats, they're not all going to do the same thing. And it could, listen, it could turn around. What's the high here is 4. Yeah, I don't think this, I don't know if it's an IPO or a symbol name change or what the story is on this one. IRNT, let's take a look at IRNT. Topo channel is right. What's the float? Relatively low float, 30 million, relatively low. Bit of a thumping of the IRNT. A lot of volume came in. If the volume starts drying up, then that could turn into a decent short. Probably, yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, 5 minute, I mean, in theory, if it really wants to, it could tank down to the 11:30 mark. But the volume is still, you know, strong. $17.50 calls. Thank you, Zach. Okay, just as a complete aside, Becca, not really. I mean, there's these little, I call them the radar strips. And so a lot of times the wires, number one, they're in areas where the robot is not going to go anyway. I'll talk about this later though. It's not been an issue at all. There's no such thing as, Al, the best AI suggestion out of all the choices, okay? It depends on your style of trading. You know, for instance, myself, you know, I look at the AI as merely a watch list. Nothing more, nothing less for me. And I happen to like the ones that are under $20. That's just a personal preference. Somebody's asking me, what criteria dictates how do you choose the best AI suggestion out of all the choices? There's no easy answer to that. You know, I mean, I mentioned earlier the MQ. In fact, I did my video today on the MQ. Okay, and I'll show you. So the MQ 3522. This was a short. Okay, this was a short. So what happened there? You see that down arrow, the big blue down arrow? So the AI was suggesting to short it at 35.22, okay? The stop was 36.33. Well, what happened? Right afterwards, it actually got stopped out. It happens. Obviously, it's going to happen. However, later on, not that, in fact, it got stopped out at 9.43. In about 2 minutes later, it gave you another re-entry of 35.78 to say, okay, and you're saying you could say to yourself, okay, you know what? AI was just a little bit earlier on the first one, and it's giving me a second opportunity. Now, how did it come up with that 35.78 price? Nothing scientific. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop, okay, which happened to be 35.78, and you get an alert on it. You know, if you have their sound alerts in here, you would have had a sound alert on that. So you could have shorted this the second time if you took the first one. And you'd be doing pretty well. I mean, you'd be up 4.5%, more than 4.5%. That 4.5% represents from 35.22 entry, not the 35.78 entry. So, you know, that's another way to use it. There's an argument to be made. Just wait for re-entries instead of the original alerts. May not get too many during the day. Sometimes you'll get none. You notice there are only 2 today, and this one did not work. You know, this was a re-entry 40.25 to get in. It's at 39.31. This is a long, so that one did not work. But you know, so how? There's no such thing as the best. You know, it depends on your trading style. But if you use it like a watch list, you know, and not get too hung up. And I'm not talking to you specifically, Al, but just in general, don't get too hung up on, well, man, I got the alert at $10 and now it's 10.05. I guess I've missed it. I never, ever take anything, you know, from my scans, from the AI, without clicking on the alert, checking to see what's happening on these charts, okay? If it takes me 5 seconds to do it and I decide I want to get into the trade and I'm, you know, a nickel late, so be it. These are not usually designed just to make, you know, to scalp 10 cents out of the trade. So if you're new, have you taken the 20 lessons, Al? Well, you say you're not yet subscribed to Trade Ideas, so you haven't looked at the. Well, I can show you some of the. This is for non-subscribers. You're not a subscriber yet, so you can take a look at this. These are the 20 lessons for non-subscribers. And that'll at least, you know, show you, you know, what a top list window is, how to create them, alert windows. It goes over the basic features of of Trade Ideas, okay? As I said, guys, you've got to trade them. So, you know, the Agri did not last as long as I would have liked, but you know, it did get us up to, what, 650 from that 560 level. Now, could it come back again? It might. Depends how far down it goes. I'm going to stick an alert again around 6. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day it comes back over 6. The only problem is that, you know, anybody who got in here and got in late, you know, they're going to be wary of doing it again. That's all. But in general, I can tell you what the AI isn't. I know everybody really wants to be able to use it in auto fashion, automate the whole thing, take every trade, get out at the end of the day and count your money. It won't work. One of the things you can do to prove to yourself, you know, that it won't work. Now, by the way, guys, obviously, if I'm paying attention here, this is good teaching experience right here, okay? Okay, first of all, okay, this is a good teaching experience. You notice I've got the today's profit, max profit, and distance from exit price, okay? These are columns I've got. Now, why I have those columns up and running. This tells me how good are my exits. Now, the max I could have, this is a little misnomer because I got out of that trade, well, this is a better way. Look at this max P&L for the AGRI. At one point, I was up $342, okay? This is in the simulator, up $342. That meant when I had 500 shares, if I got out right at the very top here, I would have been up $342. Now, because I wasn't paying attention, I've allowed that $342 gain turn into a $362 loss. Obviously not the way to trade, right? Okay, so if you're using it as a simulator, treat it like it's real money. This one is a nice one too, the distance from the exit price. So this is telling me, for instance, where I exited this SYTA trade, it's 40 cents under. That's what you'd like to see. Again, this is a good gauge to show you how good are your exits. Well, the other thing, Al, is that we feel we've got really good support. I mean, you've got this room is open like this, 9 to 3, Friday to Monday, Monday to Friday, for anybody, not just subscribers. And from 12 to 1 in the YouTube room, you may have been there. Steve was there. We have a different trader in between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Chris Varley opens up the YouTube room again between 3:30 and 4:30. So we feel we have a lot of support going on. But what I was also going to say, for those bound and determined that want to, well, I want to try auto trading the AI, go ahead, use the simulator. You know, you have to have our premium service, of course, to have the AI. You turn all the strategies on and let it run. Okay, you'll see how it works in simulation mode. And the simulator uses our real-time data, so I mean it's going to be very, very close to real world. There is some slippage that can take place, but it'll give you an idea though. You can also do, you know, some of you, the more adventurous or venturesome of you, like to create your own strategies, back test them, okay, and then try to auto trade them. You can do that. You can create your own strategies. You can auto trade your own strategies. Practice in the simulator first, just to see how well it works. Don't do anything in terms of auto trading unless you practice in the simulator first to see how well it works. Yeah, Hootie is. It's been all over the place, but HUDI, been all over the place. But the 15 EMA, so this is what Real is talking about. There's the 15-minute chart. There's the 8 EMA. It may be hard to see on my chart, but that is that orange line, and it seems to want to hold it. But this is a really wild one. I mean, this got all the way down to 1771, popped up to 26. So, I mean, it's not necessarily, you know, for anybody who's new to trading, you might want to shy away from that one. Somebody in our YouTube room is very happy because they've got stem, and I mean, look at this on the 15-minute chart. Hardly any pullback. A couple of red bars there, but nothing disastrous that would knock you out of a trade. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Wow, 1:30 already. So I'll be honest, I'm not really too interested in doing too much more. I mean, here is ACCO, ACCO. It's an earnings play. Yeah, so I've asked them, you'll notice we've got this little E on the charts, okay? Let me get to one that's today, earnings today. Or after hours. Why can't I find one? Give me one that has earnings today, somebody, please. Oh, wait a minute. How about Juniper? Hood. Thank you. Hood, yes. No, that was after hours yesterday. So I need one today. I think I just had one. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Here we go. Okay. So CSTM had earnings before the market opens. Okay, so this is something new. This isn't a development version. In a development version, you guys have access to. It was just released yesterday, so we're testing it out. So my one recommendation, of course, is that I'd like to see something that says earnings after hours yesterday, something like that, because Those are the stocks that are in play. The ones that have earnings before the market opens today, and the ones that had earnings after hours the day before. So for instance, with the hood, you don't see that. Okay, you don't see it at all. And yet, this is an earnings play, in essence. Because it had earnings after hours, there's the big drop. So, I mean, it is still, a lot of people do not trade after hours. So this is really we're getting a big reaction. I mean, the initial reaction was down, and it's still kind of in the same area. But many times you'll see earnings after hours, and then the stock opens the next day, and it really continues down. Anyway, I'm just that was a suggestion I made that we have to have, because right now it's just going forward. That little earnings icon is just looking forward and not even half a day back. So IRBT, I think it must say that, IRBT. Yeah, earnings today after the market closes, okay? No, look at Cade. Cade continues down. This was the big one yesterday. Well, no, I should say the big one, but it was an earnings play, bank, regional bank. Well, okay, so both the Agri and the SYTA really giving it up. I will doubt that they'll come back in any great. So again, guys, I'll exit this trade now. But of course, you cannot let something that you're up $340, basically $1,000 swing. You cannot let that happen. This is in the simulator. What window larger? You mean a chart? I don't know what you mean, larger. Yeah, what I was saying, Microsoft had earnings after hours yesterday, but it's not showing up on the chart. That's what I was saying. I want them to add that. No, you can't see it. This is a development version. Development version that I have, okay? It's not ready for release. I'm like a guinea pig, okay? So it's not in a version that you have. Well, I can show you. Okay, so for instance, CSTM. See, earnings today before market open. Microsoft, no, because it happened after hours yesterday, and that feature is not in there, showing ones before today. It'll be added. I mean, it has to be added. I don't know what they're working on when it comes to news. Perfect Circle. So, you know, this is one that I kind of missed the boat on. Cara was an AI alert, pulled back a little bit, but there was the alert at 1550, 1610 now. Coming into that 200-day moving average, it's still 50 cents, 40 cents away or so. If memory serves me, SYTA, excuse me, was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and neither was Agri. Ooh. You know what? It wasn't, but okay, there is now some short covering happening. I see there are 20,000 shares available right now. I wouldn't take it now, of course, but when I last looked, there were no shares available in Interactive Brokers, but there's obviously some covering taking place, so some shares, but who would, you know, why would you want to short it now? I shouldn't, well, I mean, you could keep going down, but, you know, you're kind of making a guess now. All right, so here we have earnings a day from now after the market closes tomorrow. The only other recommendation I'm making to them is that, you know, some people may not want this on their charts. Maybe not on all their charts. You know, I think on a daily chart, it'd be nice to have. You can just see it. It doesn't have to be on every chart. And maybe here, right click, properties, and have it, properties, and have it as one of the options, and then uncheck it on the chart you don't want it, as an example. I think that would probably, some people might like that. I mean, honestly, it doesn't make that much difference to me because I can always, you know, I'm always checking my single stock window. The minute I click on an alert, I check this because I want to see what the float is. And of course, my eyes are immediately drawn to when earnings are. Yeah, so I think what happens here, if you click on this right here, there it goes. So if it won't fit, what I thought what would happen is, I think, well, last night when I was trying this, you'd see this and then it would expand briefly and then come back. So you can see right there, this fits on the chart. Here, it does not fit on the chart all the way. Come on. Well, take my word for it, doesn't fit. Look at that big green line looming above, Cara. What a nice 3 days it's had. Well, Zach, Hootie might get to 30 today. a day late, but man, oh man. Now, you got to be careful on this one, though. Look at this. I mean, it got up to that price. It came right back down on that candle. The volume is not great. But look at this daily chart. Every time you think, it can't keep going. It can't keep going higher. You know, especially this day, 2 days ago. I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, that's got to be it. It got up to 23.51. It closed way down here, $7 lower. But then yesterday, man. Now I traded this one late in the day, waiting all day for a 19 break. And unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. Well, that downgrade by Zach, not Zach in the room, but Zach.com, it doesn't have any effect on Kara today, that's for sure. There is a boom, you're right. It's a little tricky though now. Traders are going to be a little shyer, I think, of pouring into it. My comments on fun? Well, I had a press release this morning. But it just seems, you know, slip sliding away now. I had a press release this morning, kind of popped the stock up. Of course, you know, I hope you know why it went up this day, piggybacking on DWAC. But it did have a little press release this morning, a little excitement, flurry of excitement. Came down, up, down. To me, I mean, it's making lower highs, so not interesting for me. Oh, I'm not. I can't make any recommendations like that, John. I'm not an investment advisor. Buy, hold, or sell. Sorry. Minute I say, yeah, you should buy it, and it drops $1, what happens? Minute I say sell it, and it goes up $1, what happens? Minute I say hold it, and it does nothing for 10 years, what happens? You know, so I'm not an investment advisor like that. And I'm not trying to be flip on that. And there's volume coming into Hoodie. Look at the volume now. See the difference? See the difference, guys? I mean, yeah, it looked like it was going to pop here a little bit, but look at the difference. There was no volume. Volume putrid, 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 a little bit of a pickup. Now look at this. Look at the volume pickup. Well, I have to say, I'm just covering my you-know-what, Ija. I know you're kidding. Nobody at Trade Ideas is a licensed financial advisor. Nice. I know, I'm talking to myself. And you know, there is still been no news for this one. All the way up. I don't think we ever saw any specific news release on this one. The news is going higher. I mean, it's amazing. You know, at one point, if you guys recall, HX was the leader. Again, with no news. It was doing the same thing as Hootie, except look what happened eventually. Crashed. Right back down. Now, Hootie has been a tower of power. It has not really crashed. I think a lot of people thought probably 2 days ago that was it. Get that topping tail, sell off. Probably thought yesterday we'd have the big sell off continuation. Well, again, you got to look. I mean, you got to. This is one of those that I wish you could see some news on it. You could say, okay, this is maybe a reason why I could hold it. But it's a China stock. Iron, you know. I mean, I guess steel is short supply. Give me a moment, please. And one big yikes now, guys. Yeah, the Hootie got halted on the way down. So, yeah, the IRNT. I mean, I know. Yes, I guess there was an opportunity to short it up here, and it did come down, but it's certainly not a big collapse yet. Yeah, you know what? The SYTA maybe. Okay, Sam. I just said I have this thing thumbnailed. Yeah. Well, I may be wrong. I mean, listen, I'll put an alert way up here. I know it sounds crazy. Why would I put an alert way up there? Because if it does take that out, you're going to get a lot of traders, again, probably interested in it. The confidence that it can take this out and maybe keep going. I don't see the same happening with the Agri. Agri doesn't look very good at all. All right, I have to find out about Rent the Runway. I was kidding, you know, aspiring models, but I want to see what Rent the Runway, what they're supposed to be doing. This is an IPO. All right, let's take a look at Rent the Runway. What do you do? Well, they're not shy in telling you what they do. Since their founding, they have disrupted the trillion-dollar fashion industry and changed the way women get dressed by creating the world's first closet in the cloud. Okay. Oh, why not? Who's behind it? Yeah, some huge people. Goldman, Morgan, Barclays, Credit, Piper Sandler, Wells Fargo, JMP, KeyBank. So there's some big people behind this. 17 million shares were issued at 21. Or that was the IPO price. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. So definitely, you know, it's got the pedigree. I think rent costumes for dog. Yeah, that's where I draw the line, Grumpy. We don't dress up our pets. What do I think about, well, Juniper, all I know about Juniper, it has earnings today. Or it had earnings after hours yesterday. Obviously, great reaction. Other than that, you know, it's 15% from an all-time high. Other than that, really, you can't comment. Again, I usually shy away from the ones that are, you know, have so many in the float. They just won't move enough for me. But, you know, for a swing trade, people who are looking for longer term holds, I mean, look, I mean, this is pretty good. I mean, obviously, ahead of time, I don't think anybody was thinking that earnings reaction would be like this. You can just sort of see the few days ahead of earnings, what was happening, and then the big pop, you know, and it's within 15% of an all-time high. So other than that, I really can't comment. Whoa. So Hootie, really, I mean, that's why you got to be so, you can, something like that, when you know the history behind something like this, the Hootie, H-U-D-I, the history meaning how it trades intraday. I mean, you cannot walk away. If you were trying to intraday trade it, I mean, that was up to 28 and right back down to 21. I mean, $7 drop and trying to come up again. But I mean, that's a very, 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 very tough intraday trader, in my opinion. Yep, the IRNT definitely, I didn't take it, but the IRNT definitely finally broke free of, well, it looks like it's breaking free of this. Well, it might. You know, you're talking about the Agri having one last pop. Problem is, you see, it didn't really. I mean, listen, it had a great move from the 560, excuse me, to the 630 area. Okay, that was a nice move. Just couldn't sustain it. I was hoping that it would challenge those highs and keep moving. So I mean, that's a pretty deep pullback. No, the best that could happen, holding 4 well, and then getting some volume in, and you may get a stall at 5. You can see right there in the 2-minute chart, a lot of action right at 5. But it, you know, if it held 4 and it popped on volume and got close to 5, well, that'd be a good percentage move. I'm just not very good at playing these sort of pullbacks. Well, I mean, you could say that 4. I mean, look at these bottoming tails right there at 4, okay? Right at 4 for Agri. There's a 5-minute or 15-minute bottoming tails. So, you know, you could say that's, I mean, look, it's already popped 37 cents from that level. Now, you remember what bottoming tails mean. The sellers at one point had the price down here. And the buyers closed it there. The sellers tried again to knock it down. Excuse me, the buyers are still trying to prop it up. The longer that happens, you know, eventually the sellers will say, okay, you got it for a while. And they'll let the buyers take control. I mean, a big area you can see, I mean, right here. But, you know, I think there's probably a lot of resistance right around 5. So that's only that's 60 cents away. You know, if you took it right now, not saying to do it, but if you took it right now and it got anywhere close to 5, I mean, that'd be a fantastic percentage increase. But, you know, people like myself, they see this and they go, well, I'm not going to wait till it hits 5 or hope it hits 5. I'm selling before. So anyway, I mean, this is why it's it's so interesting, you know, these patterns. But I mean, it's moving. It is moving. You'd like to see a big volume push, though. Well, you can certainly see the movers, Sonny, after hours. If you use our, you know, you click on new and then dock channel bar and then go down to after hours. Okay, now you'll see the movers here. So if you know, you'll see nothing now because obviously it doesn't start till 4 o'clock, but you can certainly see the movers in these 2 windows here. Well, the 3 windows here. And that's our after hours channel. Typically, especially now, you'll see quite a few because there will be a lot of companies releasing earnings after hours today. Yeah, I see I see it. DWAC, I do see it. It's thumbnailed. I see it's making a little break. All right, so you are talking about the NFTs with Disney, okay. God, this is not NFTs, but it's sort of. I think I was watching the baseball game last night and Big Papi comes on one of the commercials talking about some kind of a crypto and they're telling him that, yeah, and Tom Brady and some Pete Manning or somebody else, they're in it. And of course he goes, well, I'm in it too. I don't know what it's called, which crypto it is, but it's just insane. Somebody's going to know in the room what crypto it is. Yeah, I don't know, Circle. I don't know. All right, let's take a look at this one. All right, so one of the big NFTs, a lot of volume just came in. BKT is starting to come back after that pullback. Nice move today. I mean, off 20, $8 move. I mean, this had legitimate news with MasterCard. Probably a little too irrational when it got up to, what did it get up to, 60 something in the after hours? Yeah, this got up to after hours a couple of days ago. My swing, yes. Well, not start. Okay, you know what I mean, though. I mean, I'm talking coming back though from that 60. It's still a big drop from the 65 that it hit after hours. So that's what I mean, coming back. Intraday, sure. I mean, it's. I am talking. All right, guys. 2 o'clock. So again, this is my long day. We're resuming our webinar. So today's webinar, the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out. You know, this Cara, yeah, I mean, I wish that 200-day, I mean, it's not that far away, 1656 now, but boy, this has been a nice little mover from the AI. 4.5% move so far. You know, Hog, you know, it may have several days of continuation after earnings. You know, I mean, it's got this high here and here and here, but, you know, there might be some, if it takes out that last month's high, you know, it could start to, maybe start to fill in up to that 50 level. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but, you know, earnings are now behind it. And it's interesting when you look at yesterday's candle, I think this earnings release has taken people by surprise. You know, I think you just look at the candle. These were the bets being placed ahead of earnings. That they would not be necessarily that good. Whoa, so the VTN, I know you guys were trading this before. I don't know if you were shorting it or what you were doing, but VTNR just showed up on the option scanner. listen, I mean, the closer this Cara gets to this 200-day, I mean, that could stall it. 1656, it's not that far away. But 30 cents away. A simple sector performance top list. Depends what you mean by a sector performance top list. For instance, are you talking about, you know, say you wanted pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing as a sector. You wanted to make a top list out of that? I can show you how you can do that. You know, specific doesn't have to be specifically this one, but so first of all, Dava, can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Okay, I'll do the pharma because I got it up here. All right. So I clicked on Cara, right? I clicked on Cara. So in our single stock window, you notice it says similar to Cara or something like that. It should have a similar. So when you click on this, okay, so these are stocks that are in this sector. Now listen, is it 100%? Sometimes you might see some stock in there and go, well, what the heck is that doing there? It's a car, it's an auto or an EV, okay? So, you know, that is one thing we're really, really trying to work on. But let's just say that, you know, this looks what you want. So here's the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. Now, here's your next step. Right click and pop it out. See what it says pop out? Now you have a top list all on its own. And now you can take that top list just and treat it like any other top list. You know, go to the configure. If you only want a certain price range, you know, you want the price between 1 and 100 or whatever that is, you can put minimum volumes in. Treat it like any other top list window. Okay? So again, the step is click on the similar, right click, and then pop it out. Okay, good. And that's something, yeah, because I mean, you might, you know, we may have a sector that's very hot today. You know, we look in the pre-market and a certain sector is really moving. So you might want to, you know, track it all day long. Shibu, I know, what is that? SH. I don't even know how to trade it. I think Interactive Brokers. I don't know if in Canada. Anybody know that? Becca, you have Interactive Brokers. Can you trade the cryptos with IB? I know they introduced them, but I don't know if they introduced them to Canada. Well, we have major sectors, okay, David. So if you go to if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. And then click on our sectors. Where are you? Sector status. So these are the major sectors. Okay, these are the major ones, you know, technology, financial, etc., energy. So if you wanted to know the best, well, I don't know how we can do a comparison. Oh, yeah, I guess we could. So you could take these sectors and you could get them out of this top list window, okay? So first of all, does this make sense then to follow these major sectors? Okay, so take each one of them, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Now, if you're not using our dock version, then it's just duplicate. What you want to do is you want to get them out. Okay, now you can add, now that it's out, you can add the position in 6 months. 6 month range, okay, 6 month range. You can show the column. You have to do it for each one. Okay. I don't know now. I may be wrong. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so I was wrong. You don't have to go to that detail. Okay? All you have to do is take each individual one of them, put them into a top list. Okay? So create a top list with these in. I mean, I actually have, in fact, I could probably give this to you. This has more sectors in it. I don't use it anymore, but let me just get my sector status, okay? So forget everything I was saying before. All right, here we go. So here are some major sectors, okay? I mean, you can add your own, of course. So this is a top list made up of these sectors. Now all I have to do is, and I'll give this to you, and position in six month, show the column, okay, and then sort on the column, okay. I just sorted on the column, so you can see XLK right at the top, and the worst one is the airline industry one, jets. Okay, but so you just have to sort on the column and you can kind of see what's happened over the last 6 months. Make sense? You've done it? Okay. Okay, great. I mean, yeah, I know we can trade cryptos in Canada. I just thought that IB was saying they've introduced cryptos. Okay, so Intel Trader, I mean, we don't know what the maximum number of windows are, okay? I mean, the thing is that we don't, I mean, in theory, there is no maximum, but your system may slow down a lot, that's all. We don't know. I mean, I know that's not, you know, I mean, I have, probably this is the most I've got in any one. I've got 10 doc charts, okay? But, you know, if I wanted to put, you know, 100 windows into a dock, I suppose there's nothing that's going to say, stop, you've got too many windows in your dock. But more than likely, your system would really start to slow down. All right, so 13 in one docked window. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, somebody in our, I wondered, in Chris's, from his 3:30 to 4:30 slot, said he had 53 windows open. That's crazy. And if you're listening to me, I'm sorry, but that's crazy. You know, how can you do anything? So Keith, in our standard service, you can have 10, and our premium, you can have 20. So a perfect circle, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, if you were monitoring stocks float under 15 million, if you want to monitor them, yeah, use a top list so you can see them. And then maybe use a you know, position in the day's range to see the ones that are at the top. If you know, it depends how you want to look at them, but so you would just start off with the question in our YouTube room was monitoring stocks with floats under 15 million. Would you just use a top list or an alert window? Well, I mean, it's up to you. If you want to monitor them, I mean, obviously, if you want to monitor them and then get an alert when they made a new high or a new low or a new 5-minute high or whatever, okay, then you're using an alert window. If you just want to see them with certain filters in place, you know, obviously you start off with your float filters. Oops. You start off with your float filter, add the filter, and then, you know, 15 million. So that's your start if you're looking for stocks under 15 million in the float. And then start adding some filters. What I would probably do, I mean, if you want to see the ones near the high of the day, you know, and maybe you know, I can't tell you what price range you want to look at. I'd probably use a relative volume because you want to make sure that they're moving. Maybe a minimum volume. And I would also probably put the position in the day's range if you want to see the ones near the top or the low of the day. And just use it as a column, and you can sort on that column. But I can't tell you, yes, you should use a top list, or yes, you should use an alert window. It all depends. If you want to get a real-time alert, you know, of low float stocks. But for instance, you know, right now, if you wanted to be following SYTA, as an example, now look, the be-all and the end-all is not always a new high of the day. If you wanted to say, okay, I want to follow this low float, but you know, tell me when it makes a new 5-minute high. I mean, that's another alert you can use. Or if you just want to see it, put it in a top list, and you know, you can rank it according to the position in days range. I can't tell you, there's no such thing as what's the best. Yeah, this ivory does not look good. It doesn't look anywhere near. You could almost tell, guys, when you saw, yeah, it had a nice little pop, but it did not have the same sort of pop like the SYTA did when it came back. I haven't even had a chance to look at my watch list to see what it did today. Well, I can see right here. So at 11:22, we had an alert for INQ. Price was 11.45. There's the alert right there. It pulled back a little bit, and then boom. So there's like a dollar move before it pulled back again. Yeah, I see that DWAC is looking like it's going to make a new high for the day. Is there anything to trade? No. Market's closed, Hassan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at this one, CETX. So we had the alert, 9:57, the time, 142 was the price. What did it do after? You know, pretty good. Got up to 173 from 142 before it pulled back. That's a great percentage move. And let's take a look at this one, the CXDC. Got the alert at 158. What did it do? Yeah, I mean, not bad. Got up to 170 odd. This one though certainly was a good one. The INQ. IonQ. You know, I can't believe it, but I am going to say this. Keep an eye on the SYTA if it takes out 8 again with some volume. I have an alert set up. Well, actually, I have the alert set way up here, but you know what? I mean, if it takes out this 850, I know you're giving up money. You know, it's at 765 right now. I mean, I have my doubts that it'll do that. But imagine if the volume comes in. Look at all these. Look at the volume here on the 15-minute chart. I mean, look how it propelled it up. I mean, there was the last gasp, and they see how the volume decreased. When people started selling, the volume started to decrease. So in other words, the enthusiasm was over for buyers to take this any higher. They dropped out. Sellers took over. But look what happened again. The buying enthusiasm came back. Ooh, yeah, no kidding on the DWAC now. But it's you're in chase mode now. But look at the volume again. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, I don't use very many indicators. You know, some of the best indicators are just price action with volume. Look at the volume right here on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume doing nothing. Look at the price doing nothing. I mean, I know it sounds obvious, but when the volume picks up and the enthusiasm builds, this is what can happen. That's why if you saw a pop, you know, if you see a pop out of consolidation on no volume, you have to give it pause, in my opinion. Okay? Because without the buyer enthusiasm, it could be a real fake pop and it could come right back down. No, I'm not talking this one, of course. For me, I made 4 trades today. The SYTA, the Agri, early on with a short of NYCB, and a loss on the HA. I don't trade very much. I start 9 in the morning, 9 Eastern time. I go from 9 to 3, Monday to Friday. So from 9 to 9:30, we talk about the ones that are moving in the pre-market. I've already done some work, obviously, ahead of that. So we start talking about the ones that have been moving in the pre-market. Maybe that will set up, you know, to keep moving during the day. No guarantee, of course. I don't swing trade very much, no. But there are a lot of in the room who do. We have a swing tab, swing trading tab. It's pretty active. Okay. So there are many in the room who do swing trade. Okay, ZKO, I'll come right back to you. Just give me a couple of minutes, okay? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So ZKO, are you still there? Okay. Perfect Circle. Oh, a long time ago. I think the only one I can remember, everybody talks about it, is, I can't remember the name anymore. The one more about the psychology of trading. Somebody's going to tell me. I just can't remember the name of it anymore. And so I don't recommend any. I don't know. I'm so out of touch with books, education. I would take a look at the basic the thing that Michael put together though. Okay, so specific filters is on volume today, 1 million shares. Okay. Trying to do a simple high volume search in a top list, but couldn't get all of them, missing Ford and Tesla. Okay, well, first of all, let me just check Ford as an example. Okay, so here is my recommendation. I'm not trying to tell you not to, but why do you care about Ford? 6.7 million shares, okay? Now, yes, a lot of volume, but look at the relative volume. It's only point. So to me, the number of shares a stock trades. I mean, obviously, if I look at Facebook or something, it's going to be trading what, a couple 100 million shares or more. 20 million or 20 million shares. But now I will give you this: Facebook today at least is trading above like abnormally. It's 1.3 times normal. I'd be more concerned. I'd be more in tune with the relative volume as opposed to the absolute volume. Okay. Now, I mean, if you just want to see the ones that are trading the most, fine. But to me, that doesn't make. I mean, if Apple normally trades, let's take a look at Apple. Now I know Apple has earnings coming up. So here's Apple. It's trading 33 million shares. That's only 2/3 of normal. So, so the fact that this would show up on one of your high volume lists, what real difference does that make? If that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to dissuade you if you want to see the ones that have traded the most, but to me, the fact that a stock is traded a lot, unless it's trading abnormally, why do you really want to see it? But if you give, does that make sense? Or are you still bound to determine, I don't care, I just want to see the ones that have traded the most? Okay. All right, well, one of the things that might be happening, okay, if I wanted to create a top list like that, let's see what I can do. Top list. Oops, I'm gonna start from scratch. All right. So you want a minimum of 1 million shares, okay? It's your only criteria, 1 million shares? Okay. Yeah, let's get a price though, okay? And let's put a volume. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, so here they are. There's the top one that I can find right now. I mean, you gave me no price range, so 299 million shares, okay? Down to 36 million. Now, if you want to see like a forward or something like that, I think that what's happening is that you have to go to your right-click time frame and then set record count. See, I've only got 25. I only want 25. You can put 1,000. The problem is that this is a topless window, and if you put 1,000 records in here, I'll do it. I mean, it'd be crazy, but I'll do it. Okay. The problem is, and if I scroll all the way down, I'm sure I'm going to see the forwards and all of that, okay? I mean, I'm all the way down to 1 million. The problem is that because it's a topless window, this is going to update every 30 seconds. And because it's got to go through 1,000 symbols every 30 seconds, it is going to, it could really slow down your system. Okay? Well, I'll give this to you, but you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That you'll have too many. By the time you get down to Ford at 6 million shares or wherever it is, yeah, I could do a sort on the symbols. Now you might, I mean, again, you might want to put a price range in, you know, because otherwise you're just going to get too many. There's Ford right there, okay? See what I mean? I mean, so you just have too many, you'll have too many symbols. So you might want to put a price range in at least, so that you don't see, you know, all these little cheap ones, you know, 38 cents, 43 cents, you know, 94 cents, that are trading hundreds of millions of shares. My recommendation is that, you know, try to keep your top list down to about 100 max. Otherwise, again, your system, if you had several of these, your system would really slow down because, again, every 30 seconds, it's got to go through 1,000 symbols and update them. So how about we do this? Because I can give you this one, okay? And what other filters do you want in here? Like a price range? So that, you know, you can get rid of some of them. Well, okay, I mean, I can give this to you, but just be forewarned that if you have this up and running, your system could slow down with 1,000 in the list. For you to be able to see a Ford at 6 million lumped in with the, you know, the rest of them that are, you know, trading hundreds of millions, if that makes sense. So I'll give you this, okay? You can have it. I mean, it's pretty simple. The volume is at least 1 million shares. And I've sorted on the volume today, so you'll see them. So I'll give you this. And welcome, by the way. Okay, do you know how to load that link onto your platform? Onto your screen? Okay. So I'm going to get rid of it because I don't want my system to slow down. Okay. But again, if you're new to this, I mean, I wouldn't concentrate so much on the absolute volume. I would be using our relative volume filter in conjunction with it, okay? The relative volume filter is an excellent filter to use because it basically is saying, okay, sure, you're trading 34 million shares. That seems like a lot, but is that abnormal for Apple? No. And there it is. You know, it's up 0.14%. Whoop-de-doo. Can I say anything about KAVL other than it's a dog? I'm sorry. I mean, I know it had a pop in this morning. KAVL had a nice pop this morning after hours, and it just, you know, completely faded. So nothing more to talk about, really. I called it actually an FDA stay of execution. I mean, that was their news. If you read the press release, I mean, that was their news. Create a scan. Okay, well, this is what you do. I mean, you have to create your alert window, okay? You create your alert window with the price range you want, maybe a minimum volume, okay? I can't tell you what you're going to use for a price range or a minimum volume, but once you've done that, then your alert, so once you've created your alert window, then you right click, configure, and just type in SMA. Go to the search and type in SMA. Okay, and here they are. So I can't tell you which period to use, but we've got the 5 period crossing the 8 on the 1 minute chart. Here they all are. So that would be your alert. And your filters, I mean, I don't know what you want to use for a price range or a minimum volume or anything else, a relative volume. But that would be, so does that make sense? You have to create your alert window with a price range, again, a price range, a minimum volume, things like, because you don't want, otherwise you'll get so many alerts that they'll be nonsensical after a while. And then again, right click, configure, search, and then just type in SMA. Oops. And there they are. So these are all alerts. When you see these icons, these are all the alerts. When you see these are the filters. But you want an alert, so here they are. Okay, great. Kara's getting so close to that 200-day moving average. $16.56, $16.45. Look at it, just touching it right now. All right, guys. Well, as we're getting closer and closer to 3 o'clock, I'm going to start winding this down. Again, one last talk about our promo code. If you want to take out a subscription for 25% off. Gotta say, that is a great move for DWAC. It's a great move. All right, so I just put in the promo code right there. Test drive 25% or 25. Test drive 25, all in caps right here. When you click on it, it gives you an idea about how much trade ideas will be. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard, annual $22.68 a year, minus the 25%. I think that works out to a little over $4 a day. And the standard $10.68 a year, minus the 25%, a couple of dollars a day. Big difference is the AI, which gave you things like Kara and MQ, etc. today. Okay. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. In fact, that is my recommendation. Go month, not necessarily month to month, but try us out. $118 minus the 25%, or $228 minus the 25%. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you decide within 30 days of taking out a subscription that you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 25% promo code, okay? So it's a good way to try us out for a month. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And more information, these are 3 free sections. The trade of the week, Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, noon Eastern. And all of the education right here. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, now this is the user guide. This is a very comprehensive user guide. Okay? This view is showing the different sections, okay? All the different sections. And here is a full table of searchable content, okay? So it's a very comprehensive user guide. But you don't have to start there. I would look at the 20 introductory lessons. I mean, they go over all the basic features, top list, alert windows, the AI, brokerage plus, single stock windows, etc. Very, very quickly. Daily support between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room when I do take a break. There we have 5 different people for the 5 days of the week. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So this is today's Wednesday. This is the one I do help out on. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. And trading, back to basics. You know, if you're new to trading, I don't think you can do better than taking a look at this little video series, okay? They're all short videos, starting off with what is a stock? Oops, and of course, another big section. My scans. Right here. This is a layout, looks a lot like what you see. So some cosmetic differences, but essentially what you see. And of course, all the individual scans that I'm sharing. So, you know, you want to do some pre-market work, you can use our pre-market channel. This is what I use. I use the gap up and down and the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use, these 4 in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans that you can take a look at. So these 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link. Saving my link then allows you to take a look at those sections whenever you want. All right, guys. So we're getting close. I usually shut the room down at 3 o'clock. I'll always stay a little bit later if there are questions. So good time to ask before I do shut down the room. All right, now, also at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, you can go back to that YouTube room. I'll be shutting it down at 3, and then at 3:30 to 4:30, Chris from Trade Ideas will also host an hour in our YouTube room. You can ask him questions. And I'll give you the link again for the YouTube room. My pleasure, Al. Well, one last thing to keep an eye on, definitely the SYTA. It is definitely looking, it's keeping over 8. You never know. It might have a, a power hour burst and maybe carry over into after hours. Let's take a look where the next high is. On the monthly chart, it is 952. So it got over 9, didn't it? It got to what, 939. So it almost got up to that high of 3 months ago. Acebook. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, you don't hear any sound because I put myself on mute as I was taking that call. So keep an eye on the SYTA, guys. I mean, this may have that late day surge. I mean, it's not that far away. We've got rising bottoms here. Okay, so yeah, I do see IronNet. I'm not interested. I do see it though. IRNT. I'm more interested in this one, you know. But the IronNet certainly very, very good. IRNT, very good. And could be good tomorrow. I mean, look, I mean, there's a great break on the daily. Relatively low float, 30 million in the float. Trending higher if the company announced it joined the Microsoft Intelligence Security Association. Okay. All right, so traders and social media have also named the stock as a potential short squeeze candidate. And it's got, you know, 8% of the float is short. So again, watch this one tomorrow. See if it has a second day continuation. Obviously, it has the room. It has the room to move if it wants to. Let me do a quick check again on the weekly chart. The next high was 1257, so that's above that. The next high is 1520. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 1520. If it can somehow blast through that, yeah, I mean, there's your fantasy area way up here, 25 to 27. Yeah, both on the short side and the long side. I can see you guys were shorting it up here. There's a 3-bar pullback. Okay guys, so as this is my long day, I think I will vacate the room and shut it down now unless there are any other questions. And then I can kind of concentrate on a couple of things, a couple of potential trades. Which is the SYTA. I want to concentrate on that to see if it really breaks through again. All right, I don't see any other questions, so let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Thursday already. Oh yeah, we were watching, you know, on the ENPH. Obviously, it just caused all the solar stocks to surge. So the answer is yes. Nothing to well, the agri has a little bit of a bounce, but I have my doubts it's going to do anything like the SYTA will do. Aereo. I have my doubts, that's all. All right, everybody. So I'm going to shut the room down now. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I say the room will open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.